City Council for Monday, March 24th, 2025 to order. The City of Dawson Creek acknowledges that we are privileged to live and work on Treaty 8 territory in the traditional home of the Cree, Danazé, Saulteaux, Sicanee, and Slavey First Nations. We value the Métis peoples that live and gather here. We commit to upholding the respectful relationship these nations have built with the land, and we acknowledge our responsibility to carry that forward today and into the future. Order of business is 2 delegations. 2.1, we have Fiona Loiselle, resident of Dawson Creek, in attendance regarding an introduction to Hope's Cradle initiative to support the safe surrender of infants. So welcome, Fiona.
Hi, Dawson.
Hi.
How are you?
Good. If you just push that button on and then I'll turn your mic on.
Is that better?
Yes, there it is.
All right. Okay.
Good morning, and the floor is yours.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you for having me here today. I believe that you've seen this presentation that I'm about to put up on the monitor here. So I'm going to go through this pretty quick so I can stay within that 10-minute time limit. I'm here today to talk about Hope's Cradle, and what Hope's Cradle is. It's a safe abandonment site for babies and infants. I'm just going to flash through it pretty quick. I can read through what I've got here as well while I'm flicking through this so you guys can have a look and listen at the same time. I greatly appreciate your time and attention in considering this crucial and compassionate initiative. Your support can make a significant difference. Under current Canadian law, abandoning a live infant is illegal. While parents have the option to drop off unwanted infants at hospitals, this process lacks anonymity, often leading to investigations by the RCMP. The law recognises that abandoning a child poses significant risks to their health and welfare, resulting in the potential imprisonment of the parent for up to 5 years, as per Section 216 of the Criminal Code. Tragically, each year in Canada, we hear heart-wrenching stories of mothers who in desperate circumstances feel they have no choice but to abandon their newborns. These children, innocent and vulnerable, often face unimaginable fates when left in places unfit for their survival. On April 14, 1986, a tiny infant with her umbilical cord still attached was found wrapped in a pink-striped Adidas bag, discarded in a watery ditch in the Colwood area of Victoria. Baby Eve was discovered by a janitor while collecting bottles in a commercial garbage dumpster on Christmas Eve 2017. She was also deceased, and her umbilical cord was still attached in minus 28-degree temperatures. On November 23, 2018, a newborn was found abandoned in a dumpster on Prentice Avenue. In April 2021, a newborn girl was discovered in the laundry room of an apartment building in northeast Edmonton. And more recently, a baby girl was found behind a building in Quinpool in a grassy area near a backstep. On New Year's Day 2025, in Trois-Rivières, Quebec, a heart-wrenching situation unfolded as police confirmed that a woman, after giving birth on the streets, left her newborn baby exposed to the elements. Fortunately, compassionate Good Samaritans quickly intervened, gathering the vulnerable infant and safely handing him over to authorities. While particularly tragic, these incidents reflect a distressing reality, and many similar stories happen every year across our nation. These abandoned infants are often referred to as foundlings or waifs. It's important to remember that they are not orphans or someone's beloved child. They are innocent beings cast aside, much like a lost animal, unwanted and without a family or support. The reasons behind such tragic abandonment are profoundly complex and often rooted in overwhelming circumstances. Economic struggles, mental health challenges, addiction issues, and the stigma associated with unplanned pregnancies can create desperate situations for parents, leading to heart-wrenching decisions. Regardless of the term, be it foundling, waif, or stray, our hearts should embrace these little ones with overwhelming compassion. These precious children are discarded in unimaginable places: dumpsters, rest stop toilets, alleys, the sides of highways, in ditches, on playing fields, and even forests. left vulnerable and exposed to threats no child should ever face. Due to poverty and vulnerability, many women unknowingly carry pregnancies and are then faced with a tsunami of trauma while giving birth unprepared. In response to this heartbreaking issue, Hope's Cradle, part of Gems for Gems, has been established with the leadership of Detective Dave Sweet. Detective Sweet personally worked on the Baby Eve case as a dedicated Calgary homicide officer. Detective Sweet has brought attention to the alarming number of infants abandoned in such devastating circumstances, emphasising that we have barely scratched the surface of the number of deceased babies found. With the unanimous approval of the GEMS Board of Directors, a proposal was launched by Jordan Guilford, the organisation's founder, to create a safe surrender cradle, a lifeline for mothers in need. Hope's Cradle is thoughtfully designed and installed in the side wall of fire stations, providing a sanctuary for mothers seeking an alternative. Mothers will find supportive resources inside the cradle, including a letter from our Hope's Cradle anonymous support psychologist, materials tailored for the birth mother, and a letter template should she wish to leave a letter for her child. The template provides a prepaid postage to make this process easier. This initiative promises a safe, anonymous way for mothers to surrender their babies, ensuring the infant's safety and safeguarding the mother's identity. As long as the baby shows no signs of harm, the mother can remain completely anonymous, allowing her to choose life for her child in an environment of compassion and understanding, free from society's judgments. Together, we can create a more compassionate society that protects our most vulnerable and ensures that no mother feels alone in her time of need. Dear valued council constituents and members, I humbly request your thoughtful consideration and unanimous support for British Columbia's first Hope's Cradle. This initiative holds the potential to make a profound difference in our community, and our immediate approval would allow me to start my fundraising efforts to have this vital system installed by the end of spring. The total cost for the complete installation, including all necessary construction and accommodation for GEM's team of builders, is $25,000. This is a vital step towards providing a haven for those infants desperately in need. We can create a brighter and more compassionate future for our community. There are no available statistics on the number of infants abandoned unsafely in Canada each year, which means we don't have a clear understanding of how many babies have been lost. This highlights the urgent need for Hope's Cradle. It is not a question of if another baby will be found abandoned, but rather when it will happen. The primary goal of Hope's Cradle is to save the lives of infants who might otherwise be abandoned. I invite you to support this mission and recognise that Hope's Cradle will offer babies a chance at life who might not have had one otherwise. This essential truth is more significant than any other issue, as without life, everything else loses its meaning. We must cherish and prioritise life above all else. Life is sacred and a gift from God. Thank you for your time and your support.
Thank you, Fiona. I appreciate definitely heartbreaking, like you mentioned numerous times. So I appreciate you coming in here and presenting to council, and I'll open it up for council for questions. Councillor Earl.
Thank you, Worship, and thank you, Fiona. Nice to make your acquaintance, and thank you for coming to speak with us today. Obviously, this is a pretty heavy subject matter.
Very heavy subject matter, Jeremy.
And, it is distressing to kind of wrap your head around. I guess a couple questions I have is, number one, you noted a lack of statistical robustness on tracking this.
Yes.
Is it just something that's not gathered, or how coroners classify things?
It's impossible to get the numbers because the babies are simply not found.
Okay.
And we can only go off the numbers that we have found, and I only scratched the surface here without going into deeper detail.
Okay.
However, in the United States, when this system was installed in 1999, since then there's been 4,524 babies, I believe it is, have been left in these baby systems. So if we were to do perhaps the conversion, we may be looking at 400 babies potentially.
Okay. So I guess secondly, have there been conversations with, I guess two-part question. What is the rationale for approaching municipalities as opposed to provincial governments around getting these initiatives funded as part of healthcare or part of the Ministry of Children and Family Development? And secondly, I note there's, I think, 4 other facilities across the country currently.
Yes, there are.
And just what brought Dawson Creek to your attention?
I live here. It's my
Okay,
home
so this
community.
seems-
I'd
like-
just like to give back.
Okay. And I guess the question around.
And to answer your first question, Jeremy, I guess government funding for any sort of initiative is quite difficult. So I've decided to take it on personally to raise the monies myself.
Okay, and obviously, I guess with my, lawmaking hat on, there are no legal liability isn't a concern for the 4 sites that currently exist across Canada around.
In regards to?
Well, it notes that the laws around abandonment and stuff like that, and how we surrender, and there's already an established process for people doing it in hospital, but it's kind of so we're not.
Yeah.
Whatever facility, if council chooses to go ahead with this,
Okay.
and they put, say, the fire department, or I don't know where it goes,
Yeah.
the people who are overseeing that aren't going to be liable for anything. We just
There's
need
a
to be
lot of
mindful that.
complexities that we're going to have to work through moving forward. The reasoning behind it being in the firehouse is that, pardon me, all the fire officers trained in first aid.
And there's always someone there.
And there is always someone there. And the system has an alarm system attached to it as well. And the other reasoning for having the system put in the firehouse where there's not going to be any cameras and the anonymity, it takes the embarrassment and the stigma away from the mother and the recognition, especially being a small town. You can't drop a baby off at the hospital and leave without your neighbour finding out a couple of weeks later, if you know what I mean. So it needs to be 100% anonymous for the mother to ensure that the baby is going to have a chance of survival.
Okay. Cool. Well, thank you for that. Those are my questions.
Thanks, Councillor Earl. Anybody, any other questions? Councillor Apollonio?
Thank you, Your Worship. Fiona, nice to meet you.
Hi, Greg.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, next presentation, I'm for you because I know as I said, every lives matter. So regardless from the womb or from giving birth, are you connected or did you contacted like the Peace Pregnancy here in Dawson Creek at least?
Yes, I was associated with the Peace Pregnancy
okay.
Centre at one stage.
Okay. So
Yeah.
are you working?
I'm not affiliated with them
Okay.
moving forward with this project. It's a personal project.
Oh, okay. So you don't like to partner with them. At least I think since there are like the same, I think you operate the same agenda, like monitoring peace pregnancy or healthy baby or healthy.
No, I don't believe so.
Oh, okay.
No, I don't believe so. Their mission statement is for not so much pro-life, but it is for the sanctity of life and to support women through their decisions throughout pregnancy.
Okay.
This is a completely different category. With the Peace Pregnancy Centre, you've got women who are going there for support for their pregnancy or support pre or post-abortion. This is completely different. This is about an abandoned baby.
Yeah, because I said that because at least somehow you can express your views to them at least somehow in this manner. And of course, it's okay that I could give your name to the people that I know also.
I was actually personally associated with them, Greg, so
I know,
I know them all.
Some other friends of mine
Okay.
believe in the sanctity of life. So yeah.
Wonderful. I
So,
appreciate that.
yeah.
Thank
so,
you.
Is it okay I give your name?
Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Apollonio. Any other questions? No? Okay. I had one, just so we're clear on the ask. So obviously, I want to I met with you already once and got a lot of the details, so I understand a lot of it. But just so everybody here is clear on the ask, it's to have a place to house this system, not to fund it or anything. You're just looking for a place to house it.
No, I'm going to take on that personally to do the fundraising.
Yeah.
It's $25,000 for the actual system.
Yeah.
And for the team of builders to come across from Calgary to install it. It includes their accommodation while they're here for approximately 3 days as well.
Okay.
What I'm asking for is a wall of the fire station that is not monitored with any cameras, that is just accessible for a mother to leave an infant or a carer or a pimp. It's anyone can abandon the baby. It's not particularly the mother. So that's the ask.
Perfect.
And I believe inside the area that I need is going to be approximately, it was up on the wall. I know it's 8 feet tall and maybe 5 to 6 feet wide and 4 feet deep. That's the area that the system's going to take up inside the firehouse.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I think that's all we need. So thank you for coming in. Thank you for taking the time to meet with me earlier on as well. And really just thank you for giving back and trying to make a difference in something like this. So I appreciate it. So thank you.
Thanks, Darcy.
You're welcome. Have a wonderful day.
You too.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to vary the agenda and go to 3, 2025 strategic priority chart. No updates on here. Any questions on our strategic priorities? No? All right, next order of business is 4 late items. I don't believe there's any late items. No. 5, new councillor business. 5.1, we have memo from Councillor MacDonald regarding the update on local government leadership academy forum attendance. Councillor Parslow.
I move that we receive the report from Councillor MacDonald as presented.
Thank you, Councillor Parslow. Second, Councillor Sudnick. Any discussion? I'll call.
Just a comment. I appreciate Kyle developing a report. Sometimes we forget that I think we had it on policy once, at least, that people who attended conferences would submit a short report.
Yeah.
Verbally or in written. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I agree. And this conference wasn't on our approved one, so this is the first time that, this council's went, but I spoke with Councillor MacDonald and he said it was very valuable as well. It was very educational, so yeah, I agree. All right, I will call this motion to vote. Vote is closed and it's carried. Any other new councillor business? Councillor Apollonio?
Thank you, Your Worship, again. I'm just letting you know that I attended the monthly South Peace Historical Society meeting last Monday, or last week Monday. So yeah, it was a good turnout, and of course, as I said, the new executive director was there, and they have a new recorder, which is Pam from the library board. So good thing that new people are coming in, and of course, I forwarded you the reports from the South Peace. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for forwarding those off too. Thanks, Councillor Apollonio. Any other new councillor business? No. All right. Next order of business 6, adoption of minutes. 6.1, minutes of regular meeting of council held on March 10th, 2025 for adoption. Councillor Earl, second Councillor Kemp. I'll call that to vote. Vote is closed and it's carried. Any business arising? No. Before we get into correspondence and reports, do we need to take a couple minutes to get Ray's internet working, or is it? Working on it? Should take a couple minutes? Okay, I'll just take a few minute break until we're back up. So I'd like to call our regular council meeting for Monday, March 24th back to order. Next order of business was 8 correspondence. 8.1 We have a letter from Roth Siemens, Mayor of Abbotsford, received on February 28th, 2025, regarding a request for support of proposed UBCM resolution. Councillor Parslow.
I would like to move that we send a letter of support for this resolution.
Thank you, Councillor Parslow. Do I have a second? Councillor Sudnick. Any discussion?
Yes, the cost of infrastructure is significant, and I think it's grossly unfair of the government to try to bully municipalities into things without providing the necessary supports to achieve what is needed. You've got to have infrastructure before you can build.
Yeah. Thanks, Councillor Parslow. Did you? All right, any other discussion? No, I'll call this motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Next, 8.2, we have a letter from Leonard Hiebert, Chair, Peace River Regional District, sent on March 10th, 2025, regarding a request for support of proposed NCLGA resolutions. 1, natural gas and LNG strategy. 2, efficient resource permitting. 3, industrial electrification expansion. And 4, balanced emissions policies. Councillor Earl, thank you.
Just a question, Your Worship. Are we going to do these one at a time, or are we doing them as a group?
Yeah, we can do them as a group.
Okay. Sec. Okay, so I will move. Sorry, I'll move that we provide a letter of support for NCLGA to the Peace River Regional District for these 4 initiatives.
Thank you, Councillor Earl. Do I have a second? Councillor Sudnick, any discussion?
I do, I could quibble over the wording of some of them and the vagueness of some of them because I think they're fairly abridged. One thing that always frustrates me about this process, and I understand it's the process that's available to us, is redundancy and repetition. I mean, I would imagine some variant of each of these 4 initiatives have been approved at several previous NCLGAs and brought forward to several previous UBCMs. Obviously sustaining the pressure on our provincial counterparts to address areas of frustration is important. It's always curious when I read these, and the sentiment for me is always like as if they don't know that's the issue already. But I guess all you can do is keep pushing. With respect to, I think the ones that stand out to me particularly has to do with the efficient permitting. That is an ongoing challenge, and that is something that, as our colleagues in industry have noted, not just the provincial government, but the federal government and how those respective permitting processes overlap and complement one another, or in the case of frustration, don't complement one another and become redundant and contradictory. I think electrification expansion for industry is going to be key to keeping industry viable and competitive, and also if we're going to have any hope of meeting some lofty climate change goals, important. And those are the 2 policies that stood out to me as particularly. I think natural gas and LNG strategy is great. That is once again going to involve some input from the federal government. So I'm not sure whether any of these policies are also being forwarded along to FCM, but might be worth looking at.
Thank you, Councillor Earl. Any other discussion? Councillor Parslow.
There's a lot I could say, but I'm not going to say it in this forum. But just a point of information, has anybody got any idea about how many of these companies are American companies that worked in our region and how many are Canadian?
I don't have that.
I think they're all American, but I may be wrong. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Parslow. Any other discussion? I will call this motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. One opposed. Councillor Parslow. Next, 8.3, we have a letter from Chad Anderson, Board Chair, School District Number 59, received on March 10th, 2025, regarding an invitation to attend strategic plan and budget consultation meeting. Councillor Earl.
I move that the City of Dawson Creek send 3 representatives to the budget planning consultation meeting as asked in the letter, or offered in the letter.
Thank you, Councillor Earl. Do I have a second? Councillor Kemp. In discussion, I guess, is there any councillors that would like to attend? We have to get the names in, but also too, if councillors can't, we could send some from the city team as well. But
I went to the one last year.
Yeah.
I thought it was really valuable. I thought I had some really, really good discussions with educators and board members and administrators at the school district. And I guess there were many takeaways, but the chief takeaway for me was that how we need to be more deliberate in cultivating the kind of community that values education, and all of the things that we hope to achieve as a city council and as a community are going to be either facilitated by or undermined by the kind of opportunities we provide for kids. So I'd encourage, I'm happy to go and I'd like to go, but if any of my fellow colleagues who didn't make last year's would rather go, I'm happy to give the spot over because I think it's worth attending.
thank you, Councillor Earl. Yeah, I attended as well last year, and it was a great event. So I'm just unavailable this year. Same with Councillor MacDonald and Councillor Sudnick. We're at Kofi next week through this. So Councillor Earl, Councillor Kemp would like to attend. Councillor Apollonia or Parslow, are you?
I was already asked by your assistant, so I signed up.
Okay, perfect. All right. So we have Councillor Apollonia?
Or Wednesday, I'm working.
You're working? Okay, thank you. So we have 3, Councillor Earl, Councillor Kemp, and Councillor Parslow. Do we need to add that to the motion or no? Okay. All right, I'll call this motion to vote. Unless there was any more discussion. No. Okay, I will call this to vote. Vote is closed and it's carried. Next, 8.4, we have 2025 Union of BC Municipalities Annual Membership Dues Invoice. Councillor Parslow.
I move that we pay our dues to UBCM, totaling, $8,536.52.
Thank you, Councillor Parslow. Do I have a second? Councillor Kemp. Any discussion? I will call this motion to vote. Quickly, you were waiting to say something there.
There's a lot, but I'm just waiting for the official community plan and transit, so I'm saving my energy.
He's waiting.
Vote is closed. It's carried. Next, 8.5, we have a letter from grant writer, City of Dawson Creek, received on March 24th, 2025, regarding a request for resolution of support for application to NDIT Marketing Initiative Fund. Councillor Earl.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll move the requested resolution that the City of Dawson Creek formally supports the grant application to the Northern Development Initiative Trust Marketing Initiatives Fund for funding of up to $15,000 to support the marketing campaign for the 2025 Para Cup. Further, that the City of Dawson Creek commits to funding the remaining marketing costs through the event budget.
Thank you, Councillor Earl. Do I have a second? Councillor Sudnick. Any discussion? Councillor Parslow.
There are a couple of questions. Just one is informational. The NDIT Marketing Initiative, are we able to apply for that on an annual basis? The answer is yes. Yeah, that's just information. What is the budget, city's budget for this? You say through the marketing costs, through the event budget.
Correct. So,
What is the event budget?
Go ahead, Ryan.
through your worship, so the total event budget for to host the Hockey Canada Para Cup is I believe it's $341,000 total. Yep.
Thank you, Ryan. Any other questions? No? All right, I'll call this motion to vote. Vote is closed, and it's carried. Next, 9 reports. 9.1, we have report number 25-030 from the Parks, Arenas, and Aquatics Manager regarding the Memorial Arena time clock agreement. Councillor Parslow.
Move the report number 25030 from the Parks, Arenas, and Aquatic Manager reading the Memorial Arena time clock agreement be received. Further, the Memorial Arena time clock agreement between the City of Dawson Creek and the Dawson Creek Minor Hockey Association be approved for a 1-year term commencing May the 1st, 2025, and ending April the 30th, 2026, with the option for a 1-year extension.
Thank you, Councillor Parslow. Do I have a second? Councillor Sutnick, any discussion? I'll call this motion to vote. Vote is closed, and it's carried. Next, we have 9.2, report number 25-038 from the Deputy Corporate Officer regarding liquor service at public events, letters of permission. Councillor Earl, thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll move the recommendation that report number 25-038 from the Deputy Corporate Officer regarding liquor service at public events, letters of permission be received. Further, that Council authorizes the Mayor to sign letters of permission on its behalf for organizations seeking to host events with liquor service on city-owned property or premises.
Thank you, Councillor Earl. Do I have a second? Councillor Kemp, discussion?
Yeah, no, I think it's pretty straightforward in the report what the rationale is for this. I trust your judgment.
Thank you for both parts of that, Councillor Earl. Councillor Parslow?
Well, actually, Councillor Earl touched on a question that I'm very much in favour of supporting Councillor Dober's assistance to people to have their drinks at functions. But is this time limited? Is this now going to be a procedure that applies to future mayors? Because there might be some mayors that has a real puritanical perspective on drinking. So is this time specific to this mayor, or is it a procedure from flow forward regardless of the perspective of the mayor? I mean, that's a serious question, actually.
Yeah, it's a policy change, so it would be for moving forward into the future for anybody that's sitting at this position. Maybe Janice or Tab.
Through your worship, to Councillor Parslow's question, the resolution is very general and it does say the mayor. So unless council resolves otherwise, it would be forward thinking and for future events.
Yes, this is actually serious. I mean, I fully support Mayor Dober in almost everything, but
You snuck that in.
but if you listen around the 15 or so years I've been at this game, there have been some mayors elected that have strong religious perspectives, which do not really align with necessarily the community's values. And that's just, the people have strong views about alcohol and some other things. And so I just wonder about that. So I'm willing to, if you could leave it to the council of the day to rescind this, I suppose, if they had the smarts and knew such a thing was existed. But
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Parslow. Go ahead, Tab.
Through your worship, again to Councillor Parslow. So we are in alignment with the legislation from the Liquor Control Act in branch. We are in line with legislation through the Liquor Control and Cannabis Branch. So if you want to amend it to read Mayor Dober, and then at the time, if a new mayor is elected, we can revisit this matter.
Thank you, Tab. Councillor Earl? Oh, sorry, one sec. Councillor Earl?
So as the mover, a couple thoughts on this. It's policy. The power resides in the office, not in the person. And I don't think I'm keen to change that for the sake of good governance. But if it would set Councillor Parslow's mind at ease, could we potentially entertain a friendly amendment where this policy is revisited in 3 years? And then would that be acceptable to my colleague?
Well, again, it's remarkable how our minds align. I was thinking that this might be something that is dealt with at the inauguration of every new mayor, right? Mm-hmm. So, yeah, I appreciate the spirit of what you said, yeah.
So are we making a
Democracy,
friendly
Charlie.
amendment? 3 years.
Yes,
Are you on the same calendar clock?
No,
as me?
I just think, 2 years doesn't get, I mean, I'm fine with 2 years, but it's, I don't want the next council to come in and have 30 policies they have to revisit immediately before they understand the job
Yeah.
because we thought,
Okay,
it's
fair enough.
not for me to preempt the judgment to the voters. Ultimately, if they elect these people to office, they're empowering them to make the same decisions we get to make. So 2 years, 3 years is fine, but I thought 3 years was a good number and didn't create too much unnecessary work for staff. But any other suggestions, I'm happy to entertain.
So for clarity through your worship, this is just merely a resolution. There is no policy in place. So if council chooses to change the resolution, a subsequent resolution could be made later on, regardless of a time period.
Okay.
All right, so is everybody clear? So
Yeah, everybody know what we're
Okay,
voting on.
everybody's clear on what we're voting on? Okay. I don't know if I am. So is the recommendation changed?
As far as I heard, it hasn't changed.
Okay.
If you would like to include the word Dober after the word mayor, we can do so if everybody agrees. If you'd just like to leave it the same, we can also do that. But again, for clarity, it's just a resolution. This is not a policy in place.
Yeah, okay. I think I'm fine with it. I mean, I respect Councillor Parslow's opinion and obviously your experience here and seeing that, but I think like any policies or anything we have in place, the councils of the day can change them quite easily. So, yeah, I'm good either way. So, Councillor Earl?
I'm fine.
You're good? Okay. Everybody good? Any discussion? Okay, I'll call this motion to vote. The vote is closed. It's carried. Next, 9.3, we have report number 25-039 from the General Manager of Development Services regarding Step Up and Ride Society update. Okay, thank you, Councillor Sudnick. Did you remove your card? Yeah. Okay, thank you. All right. Would you like to, the recommendation? Councillor Earl?
Sure. The recommendation that report number 25-039 from the General Manager of Development Services regarding Step Up and Ride Society update be received. For the deferred letter from Mona McNally, Manager, Step Up and Ride Society, be regarding request for additional financial assistance to be received for information as staff met with the society to discuss their budget shortfalls, and they have been invited to a future council meeting as a delegation to present a specific funding request.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll have a second. Councillor Apollonio, discussion?
Yeah, no, I'm very interested to hear from the society and figure out as we're going through our transit, work on transit and the master plan and the stuff Devon's doing, and how Step Up and Ride fits in that, how we, you know, they're a tremendously valuable organization in the community that provides a vital service in a localized way that's very, very hard for a government bureaucracy to replicate. So we want to make sure that obviously they have the resources they need to do their part, because if they can't, that's going to fall back onto us and it's probably going to cost more. Having said that, I guess administrative capacity and accountability is always an issue when people are asking for public money. So that's what we're trying to navigate. And yeah, I look forward to hearing from them.
Thanks, Councillor Earl. Councillor Parslow?
Personally, I have no need to listen to a presentation by this society for a request. I'm inclined to support the recommendation that Devon has included in here from the on-demand transit feasibility study from page 31, which reads, "To help support this service and ensure it continues to operate in the future, the city may consider increasing the $25,000 annual contribution. It is suggested the city and Step Up and Ride collaborate to understand the level of funding required to continue to provide the service." So that's a future thing. So I'm tending to say, I don't need to hear from them. We all know that this is an integral valued support. And if these people who've been looking into this on-demand transit system, I don't think we need to burden the somewhat shy people coming here. Let's take some action on this one. I'm not going to vote against this recommendation. I might do, because I might want to put this other forward after you've dealt with this matter. But then it would be contradictory to that resolution, right? Did you know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah,
we have a resolution that we will meet with them, and then I'm saying, well, let's just give them the 25,000, because we all know so anyway, I finished my rambling. You know what I'm thinking.
No, I do, and I agree with you lots of aspects. I was able to sit in with those meetings with the city team, and I found them, like, I obviously know what Step Up and Ride does in that whole organization, and they're amazing what they offer to the community, but it was pretty educational for me to sit in there, that I learned some things that I didn't know before. Yeah. So, I mean, that's the one reason why it would be nice to have council exposed to that, to understand it, because you've been around and with them too, so you understand it, but I learned from it. So, Kevin, did you want to add something?
Yeah, just for clarity, Your Worship, I just wanted to make sure we currently give Step Up and Ride $27,602.
Yeah.
Which is in the report. I heard Councillor Parslow say give them the 25. I just wanted to make sure that we do give them 27 already. If they wanted to give additional, I wasn't sure if I just wanted to be clear. So.
Yeah, well, I think we give them 27, and their ask wasn't really clear that they just have additional costs of almost 64,000. So there was not a solid number that they needed. So that's what drove us to have those meetings with them.
Correct, and I think Councillor Parslow was right in saying that they are somewhat hesitant or shy, whatever you want to call it, to come and sit in front of council. We know they provide a very valuable service. Our transit as a whole in the community would look a lot different if we didn't have them. Could they use more support? Definitely. They have some challenges for sure to try and make ends meet.
So I don't know if this is normal practice or not, or it's happened before, but one, because the nature of their organization and the challenge to come present here for multiple reasons, is it possible that we were to go there? To, like, if council were to go and meet with them, and, or does it have to be in a, because there would be no decision that would come from it, it would just be purely educational.
Well, if you go with 4 or more, you've got a quorum of council, and
Yeah.
it's a council meeting. If you were to go to them, you would not have it open to the public. You know, there's reasons
Yeah,
why,
okay.
right? And so
I just,
now, can councillors, you know, through their work, speak to them individually? Sure, and I think probably a lot of you have. Really was, you know, and we certainly encouraged the group to come forward a number of times and just simply tell council as a whole what they're telling us. I think it's a good story. There's lots of good information, and honestly, it needs to be heard. But
yeah.
there's some
no,
hesitancy.
Exactly. Thank you. Councillor Parslow?
Yes, thank you, staff. I'm not speaking against what you said. I'm fully aware we already provide them money. I'm talking additional 25,000. I know the parties involved. I trust them explicitly. I trust staff completely as well. I just don't want to. I would just like to make it easy for everybody. We're not talking about a new venture here. We know their financial challenges. They're not new to this year. But I don't think we need to have any meetings about this. But if staff, staff could meet and you could meet if you feel the need and bring it back. But I'm just trying to make things easier for some people.
Yeah, no, I understand. I appreciate that. Kevin?
So, through your worship, just I don't think there's any point in staff meeting with them again. We've met with them 3 times. I think we know what we know. Council can certainly make a motion, and if they wish to provide some additional funding, I guess just for clarity, would that be for 2025 or would that be for 2026 budget if we were to move something forward?
My thoughts were as if it was, or not my thoughts, but thinking that if it was 2025, just because we've went through our budget process already, like if we were to increase funding to them an extra $25,000, where would your thoughts be? Where that would come from?
We would have to take a quick look and see what that would look like.
Okay.
Just how we would facilitate it, whether it be through. We'd have to come back to council with a couple of options.
You'd have to cut something, reserves. You can't, it's too late for a tax increase.
Oh, yeah.
Go ahead, Melissa.
Through your worship. So right now, the general operating is sitting out of a deficit of the $5,040,000, and you'll recall it was $5 million because of the transfer for the paving, and the $40,000 was related to some artwork that didn't get done for the murals, and the funding carried forward for the Hockey Canada event. There is no extra additional surplus unallocated funds. So you'd be looking at using reserves, increasing a tax rate, or cutting some other services as options if we were looking at the 2025 budget.
So if there's to motion to come forward today, it either A, would need to give direction where that's coming from, or B, to have the city team bring back options where that could come from. Or, those are basically the options. Okay. All right. So
Through your worship, I think a preference, if you want to do it, just tell us which way you want to do it, and then we can make that happen of
Okay.
those options.
So I guess just so everybody's clear that's at this table here, if you are in favor of offering more funding to Step Up and Ride, we will defeat this motion, and then we will have another motion come. So the motion we're voting on is just to invite them in here. Councillor Parzlow's brought some thoughts up about just giving them extra funding. So if that's what you're in favor of, you need to vote against this one. If there's no other discussion, I'm going to call this recommendation. So, Councillor Earl?
Sorry, I'm in principle fine giving Step Up and Ride more funding. I guess the issue is, as with any publicly subsidized enterprise, what oversight and accountability are we asking for as part of that? I mean, when we deal with the curling rink or mops or whatever, we have got a lease agreement because it has to do with property. This is fundamentally different. We're providing operational funding, but we're still increasing the public subsidy with no, and you know, I appreciate people are camera shy and they don't, you know, public speaking isn't everybody's forte, and it's not my intention to put people out at all, but in the interest of the public's knowledge and the purpose of having these meetings open to the public is that we discuss these issues openly in full view of the public. So I feel like it's, like I said, in principle, I'm fine with providing more funding, but I feel like it's kind of a ready, fire, aim approach we're taking with this, where we're going to commit to more funding and then figure out what any kind of reporting or oversight looks like after the fact to see what we're getting for that. I mean, I don't want to be needlessly litigious about it, but that's always my concern, is what kind of precedent are we setting? And there's a reason we have these conversations in public.
So through your worship, I think it's a good point. We've talked internally about that with not this particular group, but just generally about we have some inconsistent reporting to council with a number of groups that we support in different ways, whether that's through leases or fees for service or whatever. So that's something that we're wrapping our minds around. I believe that at a certain threshold, whatever that number is, that we provide support to various groups, they should come and report out to council, give the State of the Union of you know, their financials, what you know, what's happened throughout the year. So if council was wishing to make a motion to provide some additional funding to Step Up and Ride, and if as part of that motion it was contingent on them, you know, reporting out at the end of a year to as part of that funding, you can certainly do that too. And
Okay.
I would like to think that, you know, somebody from the group would come and present their annual report and speak to how the year went.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Earl. Any other discussion? Okay, everybody's clear on what they're voting on? You clear? Yeah. Okay, I'm going to call this motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's defeated. Councillor Parslow, Councillor Earl, and Councillor Apollonia opposed. All right, would one of you like to make a...
Charlie?
I would.
You just got to push your button, Councillor Parslow. You're welcome.
I would like to move that the city increase the grant support to Step Up and Ride by an additional 25,000, subject to staff presenting to council the source of funding at a future council meeting.
For 2025.
For 2025, yes. For the 2025 budget, yeah.
Do I have a second? Councillor Apollonio? Just
So the reason by having it come back with the source of funding, it gives us a second chance to discuss this matter before actual ratifying.
Do you ladies need a few minutes to capture that, or did you, yeah, okay.
So, Your Worship, we're just the timing of coming back. So theoretically, the next meeting would be the adoption of the 5-year. So trying to piece all the pieces of the puzzle together on timing. So coming back, I guess, if council wants to do it and wants us to, if there's an option that you want us to pursue, which was the ones that Melissa had identified, which was reserves, tax increase, or a service cut. I think it would be best if we had that direction so we could make that change as we lead into the timing of the subsequent budget documents, because we're a little bit tight now.
Okay. Thank you. I don't, I'll go ahead, Councillor Parcel.
Well, thank you for that. So I'm quite willing to amend the motion to, if what I amend is doable, that the I'm just not verbalizing word for word the motion here, but the intent is that the $25,000 be come from reserve funds, which obviously are operating reserve funds. If a wonderful CFO says, yes, that is possible, then that's what I will move. But if she says no, I won't.
Sorry, go ahead, Melissa.
No problem. So through your worship to Councillor Parslow, for information, the accumulated operating fund surplus for the 2025 included in the 5-year financial plan is $29,340,000. So just so you have that number, that then the 25,000 would be coming off of that. The plan was to do the first 2 readings of the 5-year financial plan, or for adoption to occur at the next meeting. The other option is there could be a deferral if we need to. We would just be adopting this at the same meeting that we'd be doing our tax rates, which isn't the normal process, but it can occur. We just have to have them both passed by May 14th. So it would be a change in the outline of the plan for the year, but that's another option as well if you didn't want to provide that direction today.
Thank you. Councillor Earl?
Thank you, Worship.
Sorry, are you done?
In Councillor Parslow's motion, I'd note, in going back to what I said in the previous motion, no requirement for report, an annual touch base, or anything resembling oversight. So that's my issue with this. Wondering if, following this, I should make a separate motion or propose an amendment that this funding be contingent upon an annual report back to council, which would be appropriate, and I'd look to the corporate officer for guidance.
Through your worship, I would suggest that it's all in the same motion. I
All
think
in the
it's
same motion?
cleaner that way.
Okay. Friendly amendment. Do I need to do it formally then, Tab, or are we good with that? Like I said, I'm not trying to gum up the works needlessly. I wholeheartedly support the work Step Up and Ride does, but in the interest of, what we do for one, we're going to have to do for all. So if this is the standard we apply to nonprofits we support, who are providing public services, let's make sure it's a standard we can get behind for all nonprofits.
Any other discussion? Just had a comment on, I guess, a couple things with me. Obviously, Step Up and Ride is an amazing society, and I support them 100%. They provide a service to our community that is second to none, and their board and their team there is absolutely phenomenal. I still believe that they should come to council to present to us. I think it's anybody else that wants funding, they come here. I know there's some uncomfortable stuff, but there's a board, there's other people that could come. I still believe, like, I know what they do. I've lived in this community my whole life, and I know what they do and provide. I learned something by sitting in that meeting that I didn't know before, and I still think that's our jobs as leaders, is to get as much education as we can so we can share that to our community. So I'm not against them getting more funding because they do provide a service, but I still don't even know, like, if that's the funding, the amount of funding they need to make them, to put them in a better position to be successful. Maybe it's more, maybe it's less. I don't know, because their letter was pretty vague. So I struggle a bit with that. I don't struggle with them at all. But there's a lot of societies in our community that do a lot of things to help our community. And yeah, like, and I don't know, and we're revisiting the whole transit as well. So that, the other part of that is just, has me a little concerned just to throw, like, you know, their funding hasn't been increased in a long time. And am I saying that they don't deserve it? No, I'm not. I'm just saying that there's a system for those organizations that have come to the city and to get funding. And I think they should come here and present to us so everybody can be educated. So just my thoughts on it, but Councillor Apollonio?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I totally value the Step It and Ride. I know they're doing an amazing job, but for me, for example, like reading from this conversation, I'm new here, and of course, I know what they're doing, but I cannot. I don't know what's behind it, like how they, like, really educational piece, not only to me but of course to the community. So I think for me, I think there's a good value if they would be known more, for example. So at least in the future, I think they could also get more support or understanding from the community.
Yeah. Thanks, Councillor Apollonio. I guess just one other question. When we were talking about the increase, what would the tax increase be for $25,000? Sorry, go ahead, Melissa. Be what, 0.2?
Through your worship, I have it been
0.12.
For 25,000, it's going to be 0.15%.
Okay.
A little bit less than that, but right around between 0.1 and 0.15%.
Okay.
So instead of us being at, for 2025, 6.5, it would be 6.65.
Okay. And if that was the case, what does that, I think you maybe mentioned that, but what would that do for the process we're in? Already having approved draft 3 and...
Through your worship, it would just be, changes can be made all the way up to adoption. So even with the report coming right now for the financial plan, for the consideration of the first 3 readings, there can be a motion made, and as long as it's made through the adoption. If a recommendation is made today, then we can include it in the next meeting.
Okay, thank you. All right, any other discussion? I guess I'll just add one thing in closing, just my thoughts, but I'm going to vote against this recommendation just because I believe that I'd like to have them come here and know the exact amount they need, whether it's more or less than this. I just think there's value in that, so that's just where I'm coming from. It's not that I don't support them, because I support them. Councillor Earl?
So just to clarify, if this motion is defeated, we defeated the previous motion, and I voted that way predicated upon we get a motion that was somewhat workable on this end. Where does that leave us, given that we've already voted not to invite them to come present? Will we have to wait to the next meeting to reconsider and then invite them, or can we just phone them and be like, put in a delegation form, please?
I think I can reconsider the last.
Can we do it now? Or do we have to wait one meeting? I thought we had to wait one meeting.
Through your worship, so what I think I understand Councillor Earl is saying is that if this particular motion is defeated, and the previous motion was also defeated, can you make additional motions? Yes, you can.
But can those motions directly contradict a motion in this meeting? Like, would we reconsider that motion? I thought we had to wait a meeting to do a reconsideration.
The mayor can call for a reconsideration at the same meeting.
Okay, lovely. Thank you for that clarification, Tab. And I apologize for this entire conversation in general.
All right, any other discussion?
Anyone who's ever paid taxes, I'm sorry about this.
Thank you, Councillor Earl. Councillor Parslow.
Yeah, well, I could have told Councillor Earl that, but he wouldn't have believed me, so it takes Tab to do that. No, I'm only kidding. He would have.
All right, I'm going to call so the motion on the floor is to increase funding from 27,602 to 52,602. That's what we're voting on. So I'm going to call that motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's defeated. Councillor Earl, Councillor Kempf, Councillor Apollonio, and myself voted against. So I'm going to bring back the original motion on the floor to reconsider. Do I need a seconder to bring? I do need a seconder, Councillor Earl. Any discussion on the original motion that was on the floor to invite them in? Councillor Parslow.
Yes, so it's my impression, I'm always waiting to be corrected by staff, is that should the council at a future meeting wish to increase funding to Step Up and Ride for this fiscal year, it would have already, the budget would likely be already adopted. And so the only means open to council once the budget is adopted is to, at a future meeting, to vary the budget and do exactly what I was proposing to do at this meeting.
Go ahead, Melissa.
Through your worship to Councillor Parslow. So we have done an amended financial plan bylaw. We did one for 2024. It was limited more to the capital projects that were new and required significant funds. The council as a whole approves, the budget envelopes. When we're talking about $25,000, if it was something that council wanted to consider within the operating fund, we would make that work within the envelope. So I wouldn't necessarily consider that a whole amended financial plan bylaw would be required, given the dollar value. But would still require direction by council.
Okay, thank you, Melissa. Thanks, Councillor Parslow. You're good? Okay. Any other discussion? No. All right, I'll call this motion to vote. Vote is closed. That's carried. One opposed. Councillor Parslow. That was 9-3, right? Next, 9.4, we have report number, oh yeah.
You forgot about him?
We were talking so long, I forgot about you, Councillor Sudnick. I apologize. I thought Kevin had to run for something. I didn't realize it was for you. I apologize that I forgot about
At
you.
least Kevin's looking after him.
Yeah, thank you, Kevin. All right, 9.4, we have report number 25-040 from the General Manager of Development Services regarding Recycle BC agreement. Councillor Earl.
Thank you, Your Worship. We'll move the recommendation that report number 25-040 from the General Manager of Development Services regarding Recycle BC agreement be received. Further, that Council approve the signing of the Master Services Agreement and Statement of Work with Recycle BC with an effective date of January 1st, 2025 till December 31st, 2029.
Thank you, Councillor Earl. Do I have a second? Councillor Apollonio, discussion? Councillor Parslow?
The contamination issue with recycling is now largely under control, I believe. Is that an affirmative nod over there?
Yeah, through your worship, yes. We've had great contamination rates for the last few years. And it's all measured very particularly by Recycle BC in their Surrey plant. We've had multiple audits in the last few years, all under 4%.
Right, and describe the monitoring system for that now. Do we have people out still checking on a random basis, or?
Yeah, we have auditors. We contract Dober Economic Society. They have a team of auditors that go out before the truck. They have communication with the driver from GFL, and right now we're on a flexible plastics campaign, because that is our highest level of contamination. If we can get that down, that's like the 80-20 rule, right? 80% of your problems are 20% of the contamination. So they go out every 2 weeks and walk the streets. You should see them out there in the mornings.
Yeah, thank you.
Them often. Thank you, Councillor Parslow. Any other discussion? Councillor Earl?
Well, I guess just a general note of appreciation to staff for their diligence on this issue. I was new to council when we introduced the curbside recycling just after 2018, and to describe it as a cluster would have been not inappropriate. And it was one of those things where there was not a lot of kind of linear progress. It was kind of a 1 step forward, 2 steps back thing. But to see that not only has the community largely come on board with it, and the public education initiatives worked, and the partnering with Dober, and all the other myriad of individual efforts that have all compounded to result in a workable program that the community is seeing benefit from. The long-term benefit of this is ideally not only an environmental one, but a financial one, as we were starting to see in the report, and the lower costs for the transfer station and things like that. So just a general congratulations and thank you to staff for sticking with it and landing upon a solution that was working for the community.
Thank you, Councillor Earl. Any other discussion? I'll call this motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. It's going to take a 5-minute break. Order business is 9.5. We have report number 25-042 from the General Manager of Development Services regarding invitation to tender to 025-05 100B Avenue, 8th Street to Wilson Road reconstruction. Councillor Parslow.
I move the report number 25042 from the General Manager of Development Service, re-invitation tender 2025-05 100B Avenue to 8th Street to Wilson, that's 8th Street to Wilson Road. Reconstruction be received. Further, Council award the contract from ITT 2025-05 100B Avenue, 8th Street to Wilson Road reconstruction to Civil North Consulting Limited for the tender price of $1,105,026.09, including the $75,000 contingency, but excluding GST.
Thank you, Councillor Parslow. I have a second. Councillor Sudnick. Discussion.
Just a couple of things with this. I'm sure you're aware of it, but there's some concern about slippage of the hill. in that part of the part. There's been some slippage and debris, I understand. Is that all been looked at, or have I got the slightly wrong location?
Go ahead, Devin.
We had a geotechnical, through your council, we had a geotechnical report done, and we had some drilling done in that area, just to make sure that that isn't an area in our OCP of high steep slopes, but it is something that we considered in the design. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And where this company, what's their home community?
Civil North Consulting is currently working in Prince George
Okay.
on some water treatment and water main for First Nations, I believe, there.
But what's their home base?
I believe it's Prince George.
You think it's Prince George as well?
I can double check
Not that
for
that
you.
matters to me, but
I'll get that information for you.
no, it's okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Parslow. Any other discussion? I'll call this motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Next, 9.6, we have report number 25-048 from the General Manager of Development Services regarding a request for proposals 2025-04 design assist and construction sanitary trunk main replacement. Councillor Earl.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll move the recommendation that report number 25-048 from the General Manager of Development Services regarding request for proposals 2025-04 designs, assist, and construction sanitary trunk main replacement be received. Further, the council award the contract for RFP 2025-04 design, assist, and construction sanitary trunk main replacement to Nappet Industries for the quoted price of $40,950, not including tax.
Thank you, Councillor Earl. Do I have a second? Councillor Sednick. Discussion. All right, I'll call this motion to vote. Vote is closed and it's carried. Next, we have 9.7, report number 25-050 from the Civic Properties and Facilities Manager regarding a request for quotation 2025-02 janitorial services in city facilities. Councillor Parslow.
Move the report number 25050 from the Civic Properties and Facilities Manager. We request for quotations 2025-02 janitorial services. City facilities be received. Further, council award RFQ 2025-02 janitorial services, city facilities to Mastercare Janitorial and Facilities Services Incorporated for $277,298.79, excluding applicable tax for a 3-year term commencing May the 1st, 2025 and ending on April the 30th, 2028, with the option to renew for 2 additional 1-year terms.
Thank you, Councillor Parslow. I have a second. Councillor Apollonio. Any discussion? Councillor Parslow, did you have anything? Or? No. Councillor Earl.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, staff, for your work on working through this. I guess my one note of curiosity would be the broad spectrum of bid excluding taxes, lowest coming in at just over 250,000 and the highest at just over 3 million. Is that just the nature of the industry, or is that there was a lot of room for interpretation in the RFP, or do we know what accounts for that? That's, I mean, kudos to getting 11 bids submitted or 10 bids submitted, but that's pretty diverse array of costs, and I'm wondering if we have any idea of what accounts for that.
So through your worship, I guess quick answer is no. Staff believe that the proponent we're recommending is, it seems like it's a representative number. It's slightly higher than our last contract, so again, believing that that's in the wheelhouse. The ones that are above that, I really can't speak to why they are as high as they are, but they were significant.
Thank you for that.
Thanks, Councillor Roth. Thanks, Kevin. Any other discussion? I'll call this motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Next, 9.8, we have report number 25-051 from the Parks, Arenas, and Aquatics Manager regarding grant funding for downtown and park tree planting initiative. Councillor Sudnick.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll move the recommendation report number 25-051 from the Parks, Arenas, and Aquatic Manager regarding grant funding for downtown and park tree planting initiative be received. Further, the council authorize a letter of support for the grant application to the Growing Canada's Community Canopies program. And further, the council confirm the City of Dawson Creek's commitment of $46,580 to support the Dawson Creek Revitalization Project.
Thank you, Councillor Sudnick. Do I have a second? Councillor Kemp. Any discussion? I just had a question, Ryan, to you, maybe not specifically on this one, just jog my memory. When we were last year with, I think it's Peace Park, we met with the group that founded that and were part of it. And I know they had a few trees that haven't survived over the years. So is this part of replacing a couple of those, or is that included in your 2025 projects?
Thank you, through your worship. So Peace Park specifically, that is not part of, I'm going to say, this program that we've applied for.
Okay.
So that's more focused on downtown Newbie Park. With respect to Peace Park, we're just looking, so yes, that the trees that represent each of the provinces that are in Peace Park,
Yeah.
We're looking at, I don't know, I'm going to say a couple different options or ways to deal with that. There are trees that are not native to our area that will not survive, and so we just need to really make sure that if we're planting, I don't know, whatever a native tree is to PEI or something like that, will actually survive in our climate, right? And
Okay.
so I think that we could be fighting that over the years. So I think that we're looking at different options. It could be tree, it could be a shrub, it could be something else. I think that we just need to look at other options so we're not going back every so many years to replace trees that we know that may not survive.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for the update. Councillor Parslow?
Well, I've read this report with, I guess, a cynical perspective. I'm all for planting trees, but how many years will it take for these trees to grow so that they provide temperature regulation in the downtown part of Dawson Creek and a cooling effect? I was thinking maybe 30 years.
Through your worship. So a couple things. One is the trees that we are going to be planting are of a much higher caliber, 50 to 60 mils. So they're not I'm going to call it a seedling or something this big. So the trees that you see downtown that we planted this past summer, that would be sort of the similar size that you would see. So they're much more of a, teenager sort of age in terms of the tree size and diameter. Yes, it takes many years for a tree to fully grow and provide all those attributes. One of the challenges that we have within the city is that our tree canopy is quite old and very mature, and we are not planting and looking towards future in terms of creating that forest succession. Specific to the downtown area, those trees, so many of those trees have been taken out over the many years, and they've not been replanted. And so I think any effort that we do to provide more green space, more green canopy, et cetera, provides future opportunity for our community.
Thank you, Ryan. Thanks, Councillor Parslow. Any other discussion? I'm going to call this motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Next, 10 bylaws. 10.1, we have report number 25-047 from the Chief Financial Officer regarding the 2025 to 2029 financial plan bylaw number 4603, 2025 for consideration of first three readings. Councillor Kemp.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll move the recommendation, the report number 25-047 from the Chief Financial Officer regarding 2025 to 2029 financial plan bylaw number 4603, 2025 be received. For the 2025 to 2029 financial plan bylaw number 4603, 2025 be given first three readings.
Thank you, Councillor Kemp. Do I have a second? Councillor Earl. Discussion. Councillor Earl.
I guess start off by thanking staff for the work. I know this is a lot of work, and it is, I guess, this year highlights the extent to which it's an aspirational document with some of the unpleasant surprises we were presented with budget-wise around hydro grant, the escalating costs around the SPCA, the Peace River allocation reduction, and I could go on and on and on. It seems like this year has been a little bit snake bit with respect to our best efforts to plan financially for the future. But I guess thank you to staff for rolling with the punches and doing your best to keep us on track, despite sometimes our own efforts to not stay on track. But it's a great document. I'd encourage members of the public to read it, especially right now. We're heading into some potentially turbulent times economically. So, we're trying to be as transparent and forthright as we can about what the needs of the community are, the direction we're taking to build a sustainable community. This is one of those documents that, yes, we have to do it for compliance purposes, but it's also good for the general public to understand the trajectory that we're on, and hopefully they appreciate that. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Earl. Well said. Councillor Parslow.
So what was the thinking in retaining the PRA amount at a constant figure from 2025, 2029? Is it just, and I'm not criticizing this because I'm that way as well, is it just been at conservative? Because I thought there was a 2% elevation is part of that, of the overall amount, and that's consistent to a certain year, which escapes me, so that's another question. When does that end? It might end in this time period. And of course, we don't know what share of the PRA we're going to get, but I'd be interested in learning what your thoughts are in doing that.
Through your worship to Councillor Parslow, you're exactly correct, and it was just a conservative stance on that. Yes, just like we saw this year, the total pot or pool went up, but our allocation went down by, I'm not going to say substantial, but not a minimal amount either. And so now we kind of heading into budget 2026, we have that lower allocation budgeted, and if it goes up, that's great. And hopefully we don't see it decrease, but it was a conservative financial decision.
Thank you, Councillor Parslow. Thanks, Melissa. Any other discussion? All right, I'll call this motion to vote. Oh. Thought you were pulling a quick one on me, Councillor Parslow. Vote is closed. It's carried. All right, next order of business is 11, Mayor's Business, 11.1, Mayor's Updates. PREDA, so Peace Regional Economic Development Alliance. I got introduced to PREDA when we were at the conference in Grand Prairie. So this is a economic development society or alliance with Northern Alberta municipalities, counties, pretty much for all of Northern Alberta attend. So they invited me to come there. It was a few weeks ago in Spear River. It was phenomenal, actually. I think there's probably 25 people at the table, one from each, municipality or government body in Northern Alberta, as well as they had an economic development officer from the government of Alberta there. So it was very educational. I got to learn a lot. I got a little bit of they had me on the agenda just to talk a little bit about the economics around the community, touched on a lot of different things, got some advice on some of the airport stuff that we're having with commercial carriers, but it was very educational and very good. Lots of unique economic development opportunities in Alberta that they're working on, and they definitely have the bigger picture that we're in this together, that it's the Peace region. It's not just their Alberta, we're BC. Very much felt welcome at the table, and a lot of their conversation was about how do we move forward together as the Peace region. So it was really good. They have another meeting in June that I'm invited back as well. They also, I had some dialogue with them about what it would take for us to potentially be a member, so I might invite them to come as a delegation to speak to council, just to educate us all on what it is. So that was good. Northern and our North Piece and South Piece in BC used to sit at the table there. They said years ago, so we, for whatever reasons happened, we don't anymore, but definitely there's some value, and it's been very valuable for myself to be there, so it was good. Camps and regional transformation, I just touched on this. I had a meeting. You're familiar with this, is the project that Wayne Plenard presented to council. So we just had another meeting last week with the regional district, the city of Fort St. John, and ourselves, just on education around that. So that was good. At a C2C meeting with Halfway River First Nations. This was with the regional district hat on. So it was good. It's nice always to meet with our neighbors and learn what they're working on. So there's a lot of positive things that Halfway First Nations is working on. And some they were talking about is they've last year paved their whole First Nations. They're building a fire hall that's almost done and an arbor. And yeah, seemed very innovative and moving forward. So it was nice to have that meeting. An open door project a few weeks ago, and continuing to do those monthly. I presented at Rotary Club, Sunrise, and the Lunch Club, just about our budget, where we're at, capital expenditures for this year, just things that we're working on as a council. So it was amazing. It's always good to go there. They offer so much to the community and do so much, but it was just a good avenue to just for that communication, to have that open dialogue. As well, I wanted to just give a shout out to them. They had their Rotary auction and the Rotary fishing derby in the last couple of weeks. And I haven't heard for sure if the Rotary auction, I think it was fairly successful. The fishing derby was extremely successful.
They caught one fish.
They caught one fish, but the fundraising part of it was successful. And they have a very
thanks, Charlie.
A very unique chief financial officer for that.
I think they made about 30,000.
I think it was just 20 some. I questioned him. It was Alex.
Tuna prices.
I questioned Alex on his expenses because I think they were like $400 or something. So, but no, it was good, and I just wanted to give a shout out to them. So, and then I also did go down where they were had the Rotary auction set up, and it's just so nice to see all those familiar local faces in there that give back so much to the community. So. Save on Foods Excellence Awards. So we were invited there. This was a few weeks ago. So Karen, the manager of the branch, was there. It was pretty amazing, actually. There's 200 plus Save on Foods. So they won their Save on Foods Excellence Awards, which actually goes to just one Save on Foods with the highest rating in customer service and their team at their facility. Multiple aspects. So pretty impressive that we have that in Dawson Creek. They said it's a very competitive award. They all strive for it at all the Save-Ons. So it's pretty amazing. The president or CEO, I can't remember, the title was supposed to be up here, but their flights were canceled. But the area manager from Prince George was up as well. So, yeah, I just wanted to give a shout out to Karen and her team, and then also Cynthia, who is one of their team members there, was awarded, an ambassador award from Save On Foods for her dedication to just going above and beyond for customer service. So it was great to see, and yeah, it was just definitely a prestigious award that they won. So just wanted to congratulate them. U13 hockey provincials were in town, so I had the privilege to go to the opening ceremonies, but also the opening banquet with all the teams. It was really, it was phenomenal, actually. The whole event brought 10 teams to the community. I think there was, I want to say 186 athletes. I could be mistaken on that, but yeah, it was, it was amazing, right? From the speakers to, the participants to the communities. I heard a ton of good things about the facilities. So to the city team, to, all the teams, all the athletes, to the organizers. I think I see that now being in this role, just how much effort went into the Hockey Canada event, and you just have a real appreciation for how much effort all the organizers put in. So it was extremely successful. So just a huge shout out to them. And then Arbutus, they were the team that captured the provincials. So just a shout out to them. Also, at the opening ceremony, Chief Paquette came up and did a land acknowledgement. So I wanted to give a shout out to him, to Jesse Curiata, the president of minor hockey, and then also Dwayne Dilworth was a little bit unnoticed, our community, but he was there as well. So I was just talking to him, and he supplies the jerseys for that division of hockey and has for, I can't remember if he said 10 years, but for a long time. So just one of those things, right, that, you get to be part of, but you get to be proud of your community when you see these individuals that, go above and beyond really to just give back. And it's not about recognition. It was just about, hockey was a big part of his life, he said, and he felt like it was a good way for him to give back to the sport. So, so just a thank you to everybody involved. So, next, the King Charles III Coronation Medal was given out to actually a few residents. I was aware of another one that received it, but it's basically to somebody that gives significantly back to their community, province, or country. So I chatted with Ed Ma last week, and he was a recipient of it, so I congratulated him. I just wanted to recognize Ed here. He's been a longtime community member and done a lot in our community, so just a big congratulations to him. As well, I was found out that Debbie Klemmer also was a recipient of the award, and she's also a longtime community member that has done a lot for our community and does a lot leading with the Junior Ranger program. So I just wanted to recognize both of them and thank them and congratulate them for their deserving awards. So healthcare, Dawson Creek District Hospital Open House. I actually wasn't able to attend this one, but this is the third one I believe they've done. So I just wanted to give a shout out to them for actually getting out to the community. And I attended one a while ago at the Seniors Hall, and there was quite a few people there, but it's just good for them to get out and educate the community on what's happening in there. So that's good. I just wanted to thank them for that. As well, the Adventures in Healthcare, I was able to attend this. This was a few weeks ago at Northern Lights College I went. So a pretty amazing program, and actually started by a Rotarian out of Prince George. So they started this, I want to say 5 or 6 years ago, but where they bring in grade 10 and 11 students into healthcare and they expose them to the different areas. So it was so successful down there. It has went into western northwest BC, and they brought it up to northeast BC last year. So Fort St. John, Dawson Creek hosted it. It was 3 days where they take grade 10 and 11 students and they bring them through like all different aspects of healthcare. They bring in a doctor to talk to them. I think there was out of the 36 students, a couple of them that are looking to get into the field of being a physician. So yeah, it was phenomenal actually. Didn't surprise me that it was sponsored by Rotary, but it was really phenomenal to be at the college and see it. There was 36 students, I believe 16 from Fort St. John, 10 or 12 from Dawson Creek, 3 from Tumbler Ridge, 3 from Chetwynd. Don't quote me on all of those numbers, but it was just great to see them on there. And then you walk in there and there's, Northern Lights College is there, Northern Health is there. There's nurses, there's doctors, like everybody is coming together just really to inspire these youth and really just answer questions and show them the good. So the instructors at the college were phenomenal. But that's also the first time that I got to go through the facility at the college and see how they have it set up. And it just blew me away right when I walked in because it literally felt like I was in a hospital. It doesn't surprise me with Northern Lights College, but just amazing. And we're pretty fortunate to have that in our community. There's also the regional district has funded helping fund the allied healthcare program through the Northern Lights College, which they've given a substantial amount of funding to over the next 3 years to help kickstart that. So that's also going to be in there. And they've announced their 3, the 3 that they're starting with for education in that field. So just lots of positive. It'll be, they say, probably 3 to 5 years before they see the benefit of doing this because it's grade 10 and 11 students. So it's really just exposing them to it and then as it'll go. But it just was great to see that that's happening. So, and yeah, that is all I have. Any questions on any of that? All right. Next, 11.2, delegation request from Fiona Loiselle. So the ask there was if the city would consider looking at housing. What was it called? The housing, Hope's Cradle, if we would consider. So I guess, I don't know if anybody, Kevin, did you want something to?
So through your worship, just if this is something that council wants to consider, I would just suggest that it's turned back to staff so we can go and see if logistically it can, where and how it could be accommodated in the fire hall.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Anybody willing to put a, Councillor Parslow?
Move that we consider this request by having staff look at the feasibility of appropriate facility to meet the criteria and then report back to us.
Thank you, Councillor Parslow. A second. Councillor Earl, any discussion? Oh, all right, I'll call this motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. All right, I'm going to just go back on the agenda. Back to 2.2, we have staff's. Devin, may you see it? Could you just see if the staff sergeant is here? He is, okay. Thank you, Devin. All right, so next order of business is 2.2. We have Staff Sergeant Hughes, Dawson Creek RCMP in attendance regarding Detachment Resource Report for February 2025. Good morning, Staff Sergeant.
Good morning, Your Worship. Thank you.
How are you doing this morning?
I'm well. How are you?
Good. Good, thanks.
Hopefully everyone else is well too. So we're missing a couple or one.
Yeah.
We'll get right into it. I'm just waiting for one stat that we got. It appears there might be a mistake here, so please forgive that ringer's off if that pops up. I can update that. Staffing resources. We're in pretty good shape right now. We have 0 off-duty sick or injured, so we're full complement that way. We have 2 in the serious crime general investigation section that are, those positions are vacant, but we filled them internally. So we've moved 2 people, or are moving 2 people from general duty, the front line, into that support section. So one is going in April and the other one's going in May. I was just on the phone with staffing this morning. I think we had one coming from Vernon, but they were coming and they were redirected to Vernon. So looking into kind of why that happened or how that happened. But we are working on getting more people in. We did have 2 members show up the first week of March, so they're both here and on the road already. Seem to be quite happy with their postings, which is always a nice thing. We don't want people coming here that don't want to be here. But the 2 that have just arrived seem quite happy in their new place, which is good. Crime trend reporting for the month up to and including the end of February is a total of 1,211 calls year to date, and that's down about 100 from 1318 the year before. The breakdown is 997 for the city of Dawson Creek and 214 for rural compared to 1,063 and 255 for last year. So down consistently, and we haven't been seeing that. We've been seeing a bigger drop in the rural, but this has got it quite balanced out. Trends, so there's a mistake in the next line here. It says following trends have been outlined for the year-to-date period. It says January 1st, or sorry, it says February 1st. It should be January 1st to February 28th, 2025. And which brings us into our stats. So theft of vehicle is down 10 from 24 to 14. It's a decrease of 41%. We'd like to see that. Theft from vehicle, unfortunately, it shows a massive, like 150% increase, which is a huge percentage, but it's only 6 files, which is the detriment to doing year-to-date as we go along through the year. But there is good news, a couple lines down to make up for it. Break into residence is down 4, so a decrease of 36% from 11 to 7. And this was the big one, is breaking under to businesses. Year-to-date last year was 15. We had 0 in February this year and only 1 in January. So we're down 14, which is a decrease of 93%. And I'm not a mathematician, but when you take 15 and go down to 1, it's only 93%. But it's 150% to go from 10 to 4 to 10. So I think there's some unfairness going there, and with the people that made math solutions. So
Check the Excel formula.
It just doesn't look as good when you go the other way. But it does look good. Our assaults with weapon, aggravated assault, so all of the assaults type of files are down 24%. And that is mostly due to some of the bad people that we have in jail. And hopefully they stay there. Our sex assault, sex interference, all of our sexual files with any sexual nature to them of any kind are up 11%, but it's 1 file. So up from to 10 from 9 last year over the same period. Our drug possession, see here again, 600% increase. Now, as much as we don't like to see a 600% increase in drug possession and drug trafficking, this is partly due to the new rules with decriminalization and massively due to our new, he's not new anymore, but the corporal that's in charge of the general investigation section, Corporal Casey Charles. He's just doing a, no pun intended, but smashing job of writing search warrants and kicking doors and taking names and putting people in jail. So that team, albeit a team of 2 right now, are doing just an amazing job and performance in targeting these people and sending the message that if you want to sell drugs here, then we're coming after you. So very, very proud of the work that him and his team is doing, and the front line as well, bringing them the intel to be able to do that. So very much a group effort. Impaired driving is up 100%, went from 14 to 28. And that doesn't mean that there's only 28 impaired drivers in Dawson Creek and the surrounding areas, but we have a couple of members that have aspirations to be working in BC Highway Patrol, and they're going after drunk drivers like there's no tomorrow. So that's increases because of their efforts, which has had little effect on motor vehicle collisions. Ironically enough, we are up 14%, up 9 from the same period last year. Theft, including shoplifting, so it's all of our thefts, is up 20%. But again, it's 9 files. We still have groups of people that are coming in from Fort St. John or Grand Prairie and hitting, the box stores like Canadian Tire and Walmart. A lot of that stuff doesn't get reported until 2 or 3 days later in a kind of a group report, so it spikes that statistic. Our mental health files are up 36%, so up 34 files from 93 to 127. Again, these are the files, these are typically a 2 or 3 or sometimes a 4-member response. So a huge amount of resources goes into our mental health files. The unspecified assistance, just, sorry, bear with me here one sec. So I questioned it this morning because it was coincidentally 127, which is the same as the mental health files, but I've been confirmed that is correct, which is down 33% from last year. And our unspecified assistance, as I say every month, are the files where people are calling, somebody's in the back alley, somebody's doing suspicious activity, something like that, where it's not necessarily an offense, but the files that we want people to call the police for. So those are down, and with some of our crime rates going down, we would expect that to go down. The new tracking measures, last month, this is the first month that we started tracking files with an unhoused person component to them. January was 22 and February is 7, and we'll expect that number to drop depending on the weather or rise depending on the weather, how things go. We get a lot of with the tents gone from over across the road here, that's helped that stat out a little bit. I'm not sure what the plan is with the shelters and those entities with dealing with that as the weather improves. Citizens on patrol, Rural Crime Watch, South Beach Crime Prevention Society, Crime Stoppers, we continue to meet with that group once a month. Again, Corporal Eitenbosch has taken a leadership role in that and attends when I can't. And Corporal Cruz has also stepped up and will be taking some of those. Our violence suppression efforts continue as they always have. A catchphrase or a term that I saw this last few weeks is surge capacity, and I really like that word. So our surge capacity being part of the RCMP world is incredible. And as we saw back in January, we had dozens and dozens of police officers here and support units within hours. So that surge capacity, I'll keep using that word because I like it. We'll continue on. So that's about where we're at right now. As far as major files, I don't have any major updates for any of the major files that we have going on. Regional general investigation and divisional major crime units continue to support and continue to move forward on the investigations that are the ones that are on everybody's mind. Unfortunately, I don't have any updates right now for those. Thank you, Your Worship and Council.
Thank you, Staff Sergeant Hughes. Appreciate you taking the time to come in and for the report.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Open it up to Council. Questions? I had one I was just going to bring up. We are obviously appreciative of your team and the work you do, and one that just actually caught me was that the calls that are down this year, like how significant that is from, down, maybe it's not 8%, but I remember when you came here, there was like from a lot of the meetings we attended from local residents that they're like, well, we just don't call the RCMP because, and your number one thing is call. So I know that's been your messaging is we need all those calls. So it's pretty impressive that number is down considering that more people are calling, right? So it just shows, it's bigger than that too, right? Because I know even when we had some of those roundtables, a few of the business owners that we met with, they're calling, right? They're like, oh, well, we'll start calling. So, there's obviously been an increase of people that are calling, but to see that number go down, it's a testament to your team, really, and the efforts you guys are doing. So yeah, when you were going through that, it spiked that thought in my head when you originally came here, because that was one of your number one messages was just a call, right? So.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. It is. We want people to call. We can't generate the stats. We don't know what's going on if people don't tell us. So one of the a heartbreaking message from the public or from business owners is, I don't want to call because it seems like you don't do anything. And I know that perception is out there with a certain element of the population, and we're trying to combat that constantly. We don't ever want that feeling. We don't ever want that perception. And the men and women over there that are doing the frontline police work, I think over the last 2 years have done an outstanding job of increasing those follow-ups back with our clients, the people that are calling us, to make sure that they know just because we didn't follow up or didn't call you back doesn't mean we didn't do anything.
Yeah.
So increasing those callbacks, increasing public confidence, increasing the confidence in mayor and council, I think we're getting there. So thank you very much for your kind words.
Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah, and I hear it like when you're out in the community and you're talking to people, like they're calling, right? So it's good job.
We want them to call.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions? No? Well, thank you very much. Easy day for you.
Easy, that one was quick.
Yeah, exactly. We appreciate what you're doing, and just a thank you again to yourself and your team there. Just let them know that we appreciate the efforts they put in daily, so thank you.
Thank you. It's a wonderful community, so
Yeah.
we're doing our part to make it better, as you and council are. So thank you very much.
Yeah. Welcome.
Quick one today. Thanks.
Awesome. Thanks, Staff Sergeant. Enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you. All right, next order of business was 12, Chief Administrative Officer Operational Update.
Good morning, thank you. A couple quick updates. Start with water again. The river is holding pretty steady. We're going to see an uptick, obviously, as things warm up. We'll see some runoff. We've stopped the release from Bear Hole Lake. That was planned. We now opening fish ladders and everything to as part of the fish window. So, we should start to see levels come up. We're going to see some moisture here later in the week, it appears, whether it be rain or snow again, which is all good. So, things are good for now. It really is going to determine what we see for moisture come spring and into the summer, which will tell us what kind of year we're going to have. But reservoirs are full, or near full, so we're in a good position. Dependent on the runoff, last year we didn't have this issue because we had very little runoff. The river was nice, clear, clean, so we continued to pump while we could. A typical spring freshet means high turbidity in the river, and we usually shut down for 3 weeks of pumping just simply because the water's so dirty. So we'll see what happens. Other thing I was going to touch on was we are creeping in on spring. I'm sure we'll have a few bouts of winter yet, but one of the first signs I saw this morning coming to work was we are out starting to broom off some sidewalks. So we'll start slowly into that cleanup mode from winter. I'm hoping maybe next week if we do get some snow this week, that'll hamper it. But next week, things will warm up and we'll start to see a little bit more of that. So as things dry up and warm up, we'll be out cleaning sidewalks, streets, and starting to get the remnants of winter tidied up and tackling potholes as needed. So that's really all I had for today, unless there's some questions.
I just had one. Could you touch just on the cleanup? I know that the city offers a program for elders or seniors in the community. Is that?
So the spring cleanup. Now the part that's I think we help manage it, but I believe Rotary facilitates the cleanup for the seniors, or typically has in the past. Am I correct in that, Ryan? Yeah. So we work with them and we help facilitate. We typically provide some vehicles for Rotary, but they have come and done that cleanup for seniors.
Okay, and then but the seniors that would like the service, is it through the city that they request it?
Yeah, I believe that all comes through. We'll get an information and get that out to everybody.
Through your worship, there is more information forthcoming on spring cleanup and all sort of the dates and timeframes and all that I think it's coming on the April 8th council meeting for you with a bunch of other stuff, yeah.
Nice. Perfect, thank you.
You bet.
I was just, not to put you on the spot, but just was talking with Devin last week, and he was saying that some of the positions that we had vacancies have been filled up, and which was nice because I know some of them are difficult. But he also mentioned, I asked him like what the difference was and how how they filled them this time, and he was mentioning just having the communications department, like how much of a success it's been on that end as well,
Yeah.
like where you're getting, because I can't remember the number, but it was a significant number that Devin was mentioning that he interviewed. So I just thought it was interesting because I never, see that side of it. So I don't know.
Yeah. No, that's kudos to Melissa and the work that she's doing. And obviously, that's one aspect of it. And as we've talked before, that if people applying for jobs to the city of Dawson Creek are seeing that information and it's working in our favor, professionals that are wanting to come to Dawson Creek, it'll transcend as well. So
Yeah.
I think that's very positive. And yeah, we went into these vacancies with, a planner position that traditionally is very difficult to recruit and find, and we were able to find somebody. We also had a project management position that we've been able to fill, and also an engineering tech position. So all of those have traditionally been more difficult, and this go around it happened much quicker. So we're pleased, and had lots of applicants, like you say.
Yeah, that's what surprised me, right? It wasn't one applicant, it was
No.
multiple ones. So, yeah.
Yeah, it's very positive.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Any questions, Councillor Parslow?
So when's the planner position going to be filled?
What date? Yeah, May 5th.
Pardon?
May 5th, I think they start, Devin says.
Good.
I didn't want to
Yeah, same
jinx
as
it by
project
saying
management,
dates,
so.
but yeah.
Yeah, that's we had gone months prior, previously.
Maybe
months
I
and
was going to
months.
say a year or so.
I thought it was a couple years.
I think
I think
a few
before
years there has
Saturday.
been a period like that. I'm sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was pretty, it was nice. So thanks for sharing that with me, Devin. So, yeah. Any other questions? No? All right.
Perfect, thank you.
Thanks, Kevin. All right, next order of business, 13 diary, nothing in the diary. 14 consent calendar, nothing in the consent calendar. 15 media question. 16 recess to close. So 16.1 resolution to move into the meeting of council closed to the public for agenda item 5.1, section 91K, negotiations and related discussions respecting the proposed provision of a municipal service that are at the preliminary stages, and that, in the view of the council, could reasonably be expected to harm the interests of the municipality if they were held in public. Agenda item 6.1.1 and 6.1.2, section 91J, information that is prohibited or information that if it were presented in a document would be prohibited from disclosure under section 21 of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. Agenda item 6.1.3, section 91E, the acquisition, disposition, or expropriation of land or improvements. Yeah. If the council considers that disclosure could reasonably be expected to harm the interests of the municipality. Agenda item 7.1, section 91I, the receipt of advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose. Agenda item 8.1, section 92B, the consideration of information received and held in confidence relating to negotiations between the municipality and provincial government. Motion to Councillor Sednick, second Councillor Kemp. Call that to vote. Vote is closed. That's carried. All right, we'll just take as quick as we need and get right into closed. So, call the committee of the whole meeting for Monday, March 24th to order. I'm just going to vary the agenda and go to 2.2. We have Elise Wren, Government Relations Manager, BC Transit, in attendance via Teams regarding the introduction to the Transit Future Service Plan. So, good afternoon and welcome. Oh, can you hear me? We can't hear you, so we're going to have to just...
Test 1, 2.
There we go.
Is it me? Could you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you both right now.
Okay,
so,
great.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Yeah, our amazing technical team saved the day. So, but yeah, welcome both. So, and Aaron, you're here as well?
Yeah, so Aaron is joining us for questions, the question and answer period,
Okay.
just in case there's something technical that is his expertise.
Okay, perfect. Well, welcome both of you. The floor is all yours. So.
Thank you. Okay,
welcome.
I'm going to share my presentation. And if I can just have a verbal verbal confirmation that you can see it when I share it. So
Absolutely.
okay.
Yes, we can
Okay,
see.
can you? Perfect.
Yeah.
And you don't see my annoying notes, just the presentation?
Just the presentation.
Perfect.
I guess depends what you're referring to as your annoying notes, but.
Okay. So just a land acknowledgement that BC Transit delivers our mission on the ancestral territories of Indigenous peoples across British Columbia, and their historical relationships with the land continue to this day. You all know me. We met last fall. It was a pleasure. So as a reminder, I am responsible for the North region, and I have with me Aaron Thompson. Today, he's our transit planner, and he provides the expertise on planning for our region. And then I'll jump right in here. So I wanted to add in this slide as a reminder of roles and responsibilities for the funding and governance model. So BC Transit, so our responsibilities are to allocate the provincial funding, provide expertise and transit-specific services, procure the provincial bus fleet, and then arrange and manage the operating contract. The City of Dawson Creek, you're responsible for setting your own local funding, deciding on your own preferred routes and service levels, but with our guidance, of course, supporting your official community plan with transit priorities, setting what the transit fares are, and maintaining bus stops and shelters. And then the local operating company, which is PWT in your case, delivers the transit service, the customer service, and manages the labor relations. And then your system in general. So we refer to you as our local government partner, so the City of Dawson Creek, and there's no additional community transit partnership agreements. And I wanted to highlight that here in case, so I want to point that out, that it's you that determines what your service levels would like to be. And as we have more conversations about who transit serves, it's possible, and in many other transit systems have this, it's possible to have a community transit partnership agreement. So this would be an agreement between the City of Dawson Creek and a neighboring area or region or First Nation, in which that body contributes funding directly to the city to offset the cost for a portion of the transit service area that benefits them. So this is very common across the province, and should such a scenario arise in the future for Dawson Creek, as you potentially go through some changes, BC Transit can assist you in determining what that partnership is. So I just wanted to throw that out there because you don't have an agreement with anybody else, but as you move forward and make some changes, perhaps that's something you want to consider in the future. So that's something that we would help you with. Your provincial cost sharing is 46.69 is the provincial share, and 53.31 is the municipal share, operated by PWT, and there's your fixed route service, so 2 routes, Monday to Friday.
Have those, sorry to interrupt, those percentages, the provincial and municipal, have they changed over the years? Like is that pretty standard where they've always kind of been?
That's standard and laid out by the Transit Act that we follow, so that does not change.
Okay.
Does the municipal share include the transit revenue as well?
Does the municipal portion include the transit revenue?
Yeah, so you're responsible for 53.31, and then on your monthly invoices, any revenue is completely for you. You get 100% of your revenue, which is taken off that 53.31%.
Okay, answer it. Yeah. Thank you.
And then system performance. So we talked a little bit about this at our workshop in the fall. So here we see continued strong recovery from COVID. So this is where we made some changes to your system here in 2019. Here's COVID, 2020, but then a strong recovery. And then when we look over here, I've provided some stats for you And when we look at, so I've got 22, 23, and 23, 24, and then I've got the similar systems column, which I know is going to raise questions, so I'll explain this to you. So if we look at service hours for Dawson Creek, you're in the 3,000s. Similar systems, we've got 13,000 hours of service hours. Cost, again, hovering around 800,000, 2.2 million. Cost recovery, covering 11, 12, and cost recovery elsewhere in the province, 15. And then passenger trips per service hour, 18, 22. So a better trips per service hour than others in the province. And then total revenue, you'll see, and that's a proportion of how many service hours you have. So I want to highlight the similar systems column. These are conventional transit systems, so fixed route services, and they're places like Port St. John, Cranbrook, Terrace, Kitimat. Although they're varying in size, the latter two, so Terrace and Kitimat, are especially interesting to me as they have similar population size to yours. And really what I wanted to show here is that Dawson Creek system is about as streamlined as you can get in terms of hours and cost as it possibly could be. We couldn't hack it down any smaller, I don't think. However, Dawson Creek is showing a strong ridership and a competitive cost recovery compared to these larger systems. So we see these other systems and larger systems with over double the investment in transit operating at a similar performance level to what Dawson Creek is operating at, which is what we need to keep in perspective as we look through the next year. So that Dawson Creek actually has a highly subscribed public need for transit. But from the urban systems study, we know that how the system is built needs to be tweaked in order for council to feel invested and the ridership to feel served. So on paper, the transit system is working well. So now we need to make tweaks in order for it to work for the city as a whole. And so this is where the next year comes in. So BC Transit will work with council through the Transit Future Service Plan study and the list of other initiatives here that city staff and I have developed in order to tighten the system and to improve it to a state that council's happy with. But in order to have success over the next year, council also needs to be able to answer these questions posed. So whether you can answer them individually for yourself and also collectively. So what do you want transit to look like? Who should it serve? How much are you willing to invest? And what does success look like? Your responses will help shape the direction for the next year in order to suggest the best possible solutions in the TFSP. So I know we danced around these questions a little bit in the fall, and now it's time, after this urban system study and a little bit more digesting the content, it's time to come back to these questions so that we can give you the best possible transit system for what you're looking for Dawson Creek. So over the next year, BC Transit will work on our planning study to determine transit priorities from stakeholders in the community. In the urban systems presentation in our previous workshop, I heard the need for some clarity on school run data. So as a response, Devin and I worked on having our drivers run a manual tally to capture how many school children are using the service at peak times. We're using the month of March right now to compare 2 weeks of regular service with 2 weeks of spring break service to determine a baseline. And this data will help council determine the usage by school children, which has long been a question for council. It'll also be helpful for any continued work with urban systems on this topic. In discussions with staff, we also determined that it's time for a fare review. I've discussed this with our fare review team, and I put you on a list as a system waiting to be reviewed. So that you know, post-COVID, there are many systems in the province that have requested a review. So at this point, I'm not able to share the timing of when that will be, but I'll keep council updated as I hear more regarding the timeline. So this will be a review where our fare team looks at your current fares compared to systems of size, especially in the north. I know that you like to be compared to like systems and not places elsewhere. It doesn't make sense. So I'll be encouraging the team to use that data And then they'll come to you with some options. And then you as a council get to decide what that fare increase will be, or if you want to keep it status quo, that's fine too. I'm also working with staff to investigate the feasibility of a UPass program for the Northern Lights College. So the City of Fort St. John staff are also interested in investigating this alongside City of Dawson Creek. The University Pass program utilized across the province typically brings an increase in ridership and revenue for that transit system, along with the convenience for the student. But it is a decision that's up to the student union to decide. So myself and city staff are looking into this with City of Fort St. John as an interested partner as well. So know that that work is going on currently. And then engaging in the 26-27 to 28-29 3-year expansion planning. So what this is we put in an expansion proposal for 26-27, and this could include on-demand in order to investigate the costing for an on-demand service in Dawson Creek. I know as we looked at the urban systems study, the biggest question is cost, right? So we're wanting to put that through this summer to see that we can provide costing for you as we go through this process, and you can have a better idea of what that looks like. So the Transit Future Service Plan outlines transit service and infrastructure priorities, aligning with the community goals to strengthen transportation and land use connections for sustainable growth. Really, the urban system study gave you a head start on this process, so we expect this plan to solidify what we hear from the public and what we already know is needed in your transit system. So here's what the scope of work looks like. There are 2 phases. Phase 1 involves putting the project working group together. So this involves heavy input and direction from the city and from you in determining who's best to be involved in your working group. Similarly, BC Transit relies on the city to advise who they think they would like to see as stakeholders interviewed in the initial review process. So this can be city council members, city staff, operating company staff, and any other key partnerships that the city identifies. And then once these one-on-one group discussions have been conducted, key messages are compiled and findings are presented to the project working group. If you like, these can be also presented as a council update as well. Phase 2 involves on-site public engagement with specific scenarios presented with targeted questions that have been reviewed by council. So you get a chance to see what the questions are and provide input before they go out to the general public. This is typically a week where Erin and myself will plan to hold publicized engagement activities. And we try to tie those into community events that are happening. So as we move into the year, think about some key events that are happening in Dawson Creek that maybe we can hook into. Other great places for engagement are grocery stores, public libraries, and rec centers, as well as on-street conversations at your busiest bus stops, because we know absolutely that we'll be talking to riders when we're at bus stops. There's also an online survey component to provide even more reach. And then opportunities for participation and touch points for council. So as you can see, there's many opportunities for council to be involved in the process and be updated along the way. So you can participate in the project working group. You can help identify who we need to interview. You can participate in the interviews yourself. And then draft options from phase 1 can be presented to council to gain alignment from you in terms of scope and direction. And then phase 2, come with us and be in the online public engagement. It's super fun. It's the best way to really understand what the general public needs and wants. And then the final service and infrastructure options are presented to you, and then a final report is presented to you. So it's really up to you how much you'd like to be involved. The key here is that the final report contains information that you're familiar with and the direction that you're comfortable with, because you've been kept up to date and involved throughout the process. So what to expect? The study is a year-long process. Sometimes it could be finished earlier, but we like to under-promise and over-deliver. Many entry points are there for council's participation. Council presentations happen at the project milestones. The outcome is a report that becomes a guiding document for short-term to medium-term transit service priorities. And what I find is most helpful for this document once it's created is as you have constituents come to you asking you for even random things, you have an answer saying, we have a guiding document that we use to guide us in our transit service priorities, but let me look into that. And also, you can entertain things in the future that aren't in the document. It really is just a guiding document for you for the future. A big one here is costing for priorities identified. So that will happen this summer, so the costing for the on-demand service. And then any service expansion requests, so were you to request formally on demand, that would go through our provincial timeline for funding, so that annual expansion process. So the next steps, I will come to you again with the annual operating agreement that we do every year around this time for your signature for 25-26. The TFSP terms of reference is the next step, so that you're familiar with the process. We're going to complete that school ridership data count for you and present that to city staff. We'll be looking to do that expansion planning to determine costing for the on-demand. And then I'm investigating with staff a fare review, and then the UPass for Northern Lands College. So my takeaway for today is that Dawson Creek on paper is doing really well with incredibly low resources. Despite this, the system feels like it doesn't work. So it's time to review it. Solutions will need a varying level of investment, which we'll investigate over the coming year. In order for BC Transit to provide the most successful options, Council must first be able to answer those key questions that I posed. And alongside the planning process, BC Transit and city staff are investigating some other initiatives as well for a transit system improvement, including a fare review for Council to consider and the feasibility of university path to enhance your transit system. I'm ready for questions.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I will open it up to council for questions. Councillor Parslow.
You've just reiterated that the Dawson Creek transit system is working well.
On paper, yeah.
So I'd like to understand the criteria you've used to make that assertion. Thank you.
Sure, I can go back here. So if we go back and look here, if we're comparing you to other similar systems, you have very few service hours. And compared to other investment from other systems, a very low investment, but your cost recovery is almost comparable to these larger systems or systems with more service hours and investment. And then your passenger trips per service hour, so the amount of people who ride the bus per service hour, is within and over the range of other systems that have more investment of service hour and more cost. So your transit system is performing well for what you have, but what you have in terms of hours isn't enough for what your ridership wants. Does that help?
So it's a comparative, based upon a comparison. See, through my lens, apart from what I'm going to call transport to school and from school, and for 20 odd years of monitoring the transit system here, apart from those times, it's the ridership is either 0 or 2 or 3 at the most. And so I see a massive waste of taxpayers' dollars being exhibited by the system we have. And so I don't think on a data analysis, it is working well at all. I don't know how it could work well, by the way. I mean, it's not a criticism of drivers or buses. It's just the whole paradigm I think, of a transit system in our climate, with our population. And so I'm not going to, comparatives from the data, but the actual anecdotal analysis would say it's extremely weak because it's not been used for significant portions of the time that buses are running. And I think we as stewards of the taxpayers, whether we're in your type of employment or our type of engagement, requires us to really look for a different paradigm to support those in need of moving from one place to another part in the community. I'm all for supporting those who have a need, but I'm also against wasting dollars driving a large bus around town empty for long periods of the day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sure. Thank you. I'm not disagreeing with you, as my whole presentation is around seeing the need to tweak the service and to look at a different model. I would caution you around anecdotal and what you see, because one person cannot see all of the runs of the day. But I do hear you, and I do hear that communication coming from other systems as well that I've worked with, where they see riders peak periods, but they don't see anyone on the bus or see very few people on the bus at certain times of the day, and they feel like that's wasteful. And I can understand that argument. So that's what we need to look into, and why we need you as a council to answer those key questions of who you're wanting to serve and really what success looks like for you.
Thank you. Thanks, Councillor Parslow. Councillor Earl?
Thank you, Worship, and thank you for your presentation. I appreciate the, I guess, nuance we're trying to find in this conversation. The metrics you provided, the system performance, as you said, on paper, there's some encouraging information, but, and I don't want to use the word anecdotally, but it's well understood that while the transit system might be working for some people, chiefly kids commuting to and from school, there is a segment of the community that strongly feels as though they're being underserved by the transit. So I guess to your point is how we use these metrics to identify them. I'm encouraged by the increase in the annual performance summary and ridership. I'd be interested to see the demographics of that ridership, and as you said, like how many of those are students and how many of those are, potentially post-secondary students that have moved here from abroad, or people who, just trying to figure out the makeup of, what is ultimately the demand going to be from these people who maybe aren't being served, or there's an increasing demand that we now need to look at resourcing. And then it goes back to, what does success look like? Because we are ultimately we're going to reach a ceiling based on our geography, based on our location, based on the weather here. There's only so many people that are going to take the bus voluntarily. So we need to really drill down into who absolutely needs this service and what resources do we need to marshal to ensure that those people are being served. And part of that would be knowing, if there is an increase in ridership, great. Who is that ridership that's increasing? Is it just students that their household makeup is such that they're able or their parents want them riding the bus? Or is it another cohort that's growing within the community that we haven't taken into account? And once again, I don't want to rely on anecdotes for that, but I'm not sure if you guys have the means. I understand you can do a review of the students that take it, but what other means do we have of capturing that information so we can inform the discussion.
Thank you. Our ways of capturing have been limited up until now because it has just been about cash or a pass. UMO will help us a little bit in that regard in terms of narrowing down the scope of who these bodies are. I felt like it's very important to do this analysis over the month of March of how many school children are riding. We can't do that just by our data because we can't differentiate them and as what age they are. But by doing a manual tally and having the operating company commit to that, that will help us give a really good baseline. And that's why we wanted to do 2 weeks, the first 2 weeks of March, which is normal run times with students going to school, and the second 2 weeks of March, which are spring break time. So you can really get a sense of what your ridership looks like without those school students. So that will help. Also investigating the UPass. It's a long conversation, but you'll be able to see, if we do go that route, you'll eventually be able to see how many students are university students, where they come from. And because they're using a separate path that's then tracked as university pass. So I'm hopeful.
And just, I guess, a follow-up point with respect to the UPass, I think, without knowing all the details, it's something I'm interested in learning more about. Is there a standard, given that this is, I guess, kind of a product within the BC Transit portfolio or a suite of products, does entering into an agreement around the UPass obligate us for a contractual period for certain services or resource outlays, or is it just a way of giving kind of almost like a premium membership offer to certain students of a certain?
Yeah, I'd say it's the latter. It's a contract between BC Transit and the participating university or college. You have an advantage here that you share campuses with Fort St. John, so that's positive there. And really, it's a contract that the student union has gone through the process of voting on. Yes, we would like a transit pass added to our tuition, and then every student has that transit pass added. I think there are some certain circumstances where they can opt out, but usually that doesn't happen. So then every student has a university pass, which would be, they would be given a UMO number. And then it is at a discounted rate from that monthly pass, but you've got the advantage of every student attending the college having that.
Okay. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Councillor Earl. Any other questions? I just had a couple questions. I appreciate the data and the numbers there. Do you have anything comparative to pre-COVID before the changes were made within the city, like what the ridership was back then and the cost recovery and what the total cost was, just for those that didn't sit at this table to understand that?
Yeah, I can dig that out for sure. I think I can go back to about 15, 16, if that's helpful.
Yeah, if you can just even share it with us. Yeah,
absolutely.
And then my other question is, so currently our system's $805,000 a year, and we have larger buses here. We suspect it's mostly because of school students, the before and after school. So if, just for example, the city, we didn't have the students and we were to use smaller transportation vehicles, do you have a rough idea what that number would lower or what it raises to use? Like, is it a percentage that BC Transit knows that goes up or down on bus size, or is it kind of?
Yeah, so I'll answer this in two parts. First part, I'll answer the cost as best I can, and then I'll pass it over to Aaron in terms of what routes could be used on smaller buses. That's his expertise. But in terms of cost, there are different lease fees for light duty, medium duty, and heavy duty. Your system has medium duty buses, so you're given lease fees in your budget accordingly. So if we were to go down to light duty, it's a smaller lease fee. It's not hugely significant, but it is a cost savings. So if that becomes the case, I can, and if you're interested now, I can give you an idea of what a medium duty lease fee is compared to a light duty, if that's helpful.
Yeah, that would be helpful, yeah.
Okay, sure. And Aaron, do you mind answering the question just generally about Dawson Creek and light duty?
Yeah, based off the data and the current passenger loads, we wouldn't expect a light duty vehicle, so a smaller vehicle, to be able to meet the kind of peak ridership loads that we see in Dawson Creek. Again, these are primarily around those school bell times, getting students to and from school. So we'd be experiencing pass ups in the system if we went to a smaller vehicle size. So that would be leaving customers waiting at bus stops because we wouldn't be able to fit any more people on these smaller buses. If we do move to a smaller size, we do lose some flexibility with the vehicles, as we don't, on the light duty vehicles, there aren't any room for like standees, which is currently on the medium duty size vehicles, which reduces some of the flexibility with dealing with the kind of those higher peak loads at those specific times. So there is a increased risk of pass ups, which is likely in Dawson Creek, and then we also just lose some of that flexibility with meeting any other peak loads at any other time.
Well, I think part of what we want to get out of this whole review is understanding what the transit system is for in our community. So I think that's a valuable number to know, because we're not in the school district business. And we get that, obviously students are part of our community and residents. So we need to understand what that cost is to us to get those students to and from school, because there's also, a percentage of our population that is in need of transit to live their life. And that's what we need to be here for, is to give fairly to our community and to those residents that rely on this, not just for school, but they rely on it to get groceries and to get to work and to get to medical appointments and to really live a quality of life that is fair to everybody. So that's what we need to understand is are we accommodating just for school students and taking away from that? So it is important to us to know the difference, because if that was a decision, just to have all those facts on the table for us so we can make a proper decision on what's the best system for our community. Because it might, what we think is the best system for our community might not be the best for some, right? But, and that's, right now it's kind of, it seems like it's accommodated around school hours, right? And so we just, not saying that we want to take that away, or we might, we don't know that, but we need all those facts so we can make that decision as educated as possible.
Yeah. When I visited in the fall for a workshop and now as well, I'm hearing the need to really understand what that school community looks like in terms of your ridership base and what your ridership base would look like without it. It will be an interesting comparison for sure.
Yeah, and I think it'll be good. And you can say you see the bus drive by with one person, but whether there's one or three or four people on it, that's one or three or four people that need the service, right? So
yeah, the social service. Yeah.
And if we're delivering a system that doesn't cater to those individuals, it might be 8 people that would be on that bus, not 3. So, it's just understanding that. So,
for sure. And when we did do a round table with key riders last fall, we did hear that as well, that they felt like they were being pushed out and there wasn't enough room for them on the service, with school children on there as well. So lots to look at there, for sure.
Yeah, okay. Perfect. Well, yeah, thank you. I don't know if there's any more questions. I don't know, Kevin, was there anything on your side? No. No, okay. Yeah, so thank you for your time, and nice to see you again, and nice to meet you, Aaron. And yeah, enjoy the rest of your day. Thanks again.
Thank you, and you as well.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so on the agenda 2.1, was that just to kind of inform what we were doing here? So we don't really need to address it? Okay. And 2.3 would be the same, so then we can jump right into 2.4. Okay, so 2.4, we have Ian Roth, Transportation Engineer with Urban Systems in attendance regarding presentation of the draft Transportation Master Plan. So welcome, Ian. Thank you. Just got to push that. Perfect. Yeah.
The mic's working now?
Yeah, it'll be working now. Yeah, the floor is all yours. So.
Great. Well, thank you, Council. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Ian Roth, and I'm a transportation engineer with Urban Systems. Had smooth travels in from Kelowna yesterday back to Dawson Creek. I was here about a year ago to kick off this project around spring break, and it was just as busy in the airport as it was this last weekend. So yeah, today what we're going to be covering is the draft Transportation Master Plan. The intent was to bring to you the draft plan so that you could have a chance to review and read the contents of that before we go back to the public for a second round of engagement. Today, I wanted to cover in the Transportation Master Plan some of the contents that are in there, as well as the process that we've undertaken to date. We'll also touch on some of the key highlights of the plan, including the network maps for trails, sidewalks, roads, and transit considerations. We'll talk a little bit about projects and initiatives, and then look to wrap this conversation up with what our next steps look like in terms of community engagement, and then we'll have some time for Q&A at the end. And so the Transportation Master Plan, which is also included in the package with the slide deck, covers 7 main headings within the plan. So in the introduction, it really speaks to the purpose of the plan, the objectives of the process that was undertaken, and how this plan fits into the context of Dawson Creek's other plans and priorities and policies. Then key issues and opportunities speaks to a summary of the issues that were identified through both technical analysis that was completed in the existing conditions assessment, as well as the community feedback that we collected through the engagement process. The vision forward for transportation, section 3, speaks to the high-level vision and goals, which we'll cover here in the next couple slides. And then we get into some of the infrastructure components, including the active transportation networks for sidewalks, trails, amenities, trail classifications and guidelines. Also the future road network, which speaks a bit more to how we're maintaining the existing road network, focusing on asset renewal. And in that section, speaks a bit to intersection improvements. 6 is specific transportation improvements. So this is an area where it's not necessarily defined as certain modes, whether it's active transportation or roads, but includes improvements that may relate to transit renewal, accessibility, Main Street or downtown revitalization, downtown parking and curb space, and some other key features like speed limits and traffic calming. And then finally, the plan concludes with an implementation section and other funding opportunities that are available to the city for further work. So the process that we've undertaken is a generally 5-step process of how we could summarize that. It began in the spring of last year with a kickoff and engagement planning, with most of the engagement happening into later spring and through the summer months. And so that happened certainly through at the same time as the existing conditions work all together, both the technical pieces happening as well as collecting that community feedback through that first round of engagement. And the engagement included some participation from the public in the official community plan update engagements, as well as the transportation master plan engagement, where we had pop-up engagement at the Mile Zero Cruisers and Stampede events. We also, during those events and through the city's communications, media, and online presence, we were able to distribute a transportation needs survey to collect feedback from the community on a very detailed survey and a set of questions. We also had a specific engagement meeting with the BC Northeast Accessibility Committee to collect their feedback and thoughts on accessible conditions, primarily as it relates to transportation infrastructure. And not surprisingly, lots of similar feedback and comments from that committee on Dawson Creek, as well as in the neighboring communities around the region. If you may recall, virtually, I was here at Council on August 12th as well to collect your feedback and input from the discussion then. So that kind of wrapped up those first three milestones. Then in the fall of last year, we took all that feedback and input and started to really iterate and work with what does this plan look like, what is the vision and goals, how are you going to shape those so that they're aligned both with the official community plan as well as what we're hearing from the community and where the needs are. We worked through that process in very iterative fashion with city staff here to really kind of finesse what can be sometimes the complicated parts, which are the transportation network links and improvements and understanding some of those priorities. And so that kind of brings us to milestone 5. Here we are. It's, I think a couple weeks ago it was winter. Now it's technically spring. But we're here to present to you the draft plan and to kind of confirm your feedback and thoughts as we move into a second round of engagement to collect the community's input on the draft plan. So just in terms of the framework and where this fits into the city's community plans, we would say that this transportation master plan fits more into the implementation area of the city's existing plans and policies, similar to what we would see in the Transit Future Service Review, as well as the pavement condition assessment work that's to happen in the future. And it wouldn't really fall into what we would call like a bylaw per se, but serves as a guiding document that may inform potential changes to bylaws, for instance, like the subdivision and development servicing bylaw. But it's meant to be kind of standalone, but also working in alignment with the official community plan and these other implementation plans to inform decisions moving forward. So we're going to focus a bit on some of the key highlights, including the vision and goals. And so, as mentioned, we developed this vision statement with some thought from the community input and where the needs are. And so I'll read it to you here. Dawson Creek's transportation system effectively connects the community, promoting seamless travel by integrating transportation infrastructure and planning together. The city strives to provide year-round maintenance and accessible facilities so that no matter how residents get around Dawson Creek, the experience is convenient, safe, and smooth. I would like to focus on those key themes of safety, convenience, accessibility, and seamless. Those came up repetitively through the community engagement process, whether we were talking about how people were getting around by walking or driving or taking transit, especially getting around the community and downtown. Those same themes came up, and so we felt those were important to integrate into the vision statement. And so the vision statement is supported by a series of, I believe it is 8 goals that are meant to help break that down a bit. So there's, in some cases, a little bit of repetition between the vision and the goals, but is really meant to provide a bit more clarity around what we mean by those. And so on the slide, so it's kind of the summarized version of what we have in the plan. Which I'll kind of read out more in detail here, but goal 1 is really to enhance the transportation network. that effectively links the community with the surrounding regions, enabling seamless travel, movement of individuals and goods across residential, commercial, institutional, and industrial zones, recognizing the certainly the economic and mixed-use lands that we have around here in Dawson Creek. The second goal is to integrate transportation and land use planning so that it can optimize the amount of new infrastructure needed for growth while also promoting downtown vibrancy and walkability. Goal 3 is to ensure all transportation modes provide connections to key destinations and areas slated for future growth and development. Fourth, maintaining transportation networks effectively throughout the year in all seasons and conditions. So it speaks a bit more to kind of the maintenance aspect of what the community would like to see. Goal 5 is to provide visually interesting and safe and accessible trails and pathways, especially for recreation and also for getting around the city. Facilitating the movement of goods in a manner that supports the city's role as a regional commercial hub and also the downtown business area. And then 7, increasing road safety through both infrastructure improvements, but also educational and community programs with a focus on key routes to schools, parks, and community hubs in areas specifically where there's higher demand. And then also looking at renewing the transit system and by collaborating and working with community partners to serve the community's needs for reliable, timely, and accessible service. So yeah, building on Elise's presentation and the work that's to come there. So I'm going to focus a little bit over the next few slides here on the sidewalks, trails, and the road network. So with respect to the sidewalk network, as we were evaluating the existing network and considering where sidewalks are already built and where they are not, where we're looking at in terms of high priorities for the sidewalk network is to construct new sidewalks where they are specifically focused around providing safe routes to schools and parks. And that's intentional, as we know, with children who are vulnerable road users, making sure they can get to and from school and parents know that they can get there safely is very high priority. And it also is aligned with many of the provincial grant programs that are available for Dawson Creek to potentially pursue, such as the ICBC Road Safety Improvements Program. We're also looking at focusing on repairing deteriorated sidewalks in high demand areas, recognizing the sidewalk condition assessment that was only completed a couple years ago, which identified some sidewalks that do need to be repaired. And those high demand areas, again, would be areas where we see a lot more activity, whether those are around parks or in the downtown or on just kind of key arterial routes. Medium to low priority projects would be in residential neighborhoods or commercial areas or industrial areas, maybe where there already is some sidewalk network connectivity there. And not to say that these are, the lowest priority and won't get touched. Certainly, if there are opportunities where there's infill development or new development, we'd be still recommending that the city continue to require frontage improvements where applicable to support sidewalk network connectivity over time. Trails. So we had a lot of conversation on trails through the Transportation Master Plan. I think it's there's some high interest in there from staff, and certainly from the community, we heard that as well. People like to get out and recreate. They love to use the Dawson Trail. Has a nice paved, wide surface that's easy for people who are maybe going for a run or running with a stroller, or for those certainly who may have mobility impairments. Having a paved surface to be able to enjoy the city's natural assets is a high priority for them. And we heard loud and clear that the community still wants to see the network built out and have greater connections also to some of the more natural trails like the Chamberlain Park trail system. So through the development, a couple key highlights I wanted to note was the City Trail Loop, which was identified by connecting many of the existing facilities around the city, as well as identifying some new connections that would allow residents or visitors to be able to circumnavigate the city in a loop system. going from kind of all northeast, west, and south sides, and connecting on a variety of infrastructure, which may include sidewalks, it may include some trails, even some bike lane portions potentially. But we did certainly want to focus on having this city loop work with multi-use trails where they're separated from the roadway and where people feel most comfortable and safe.
Do you know the distance on that?
I wish I had that number for you, but I knew that question was coming. Sorry. We can definitely find that. The immediate Dawson Trail extensions as well. There's the grant that went in for the section to the west of 17th Street there, I believe it is. So still continuing to look at building out the Dawson Trail system and providing more of a paved surface there. Some other key highlights to note with city's trails is just the, maybe what I'll touch on is the classification of trails. And so we've identified 3 classifications: urban paved trails, which is what you see with the Dawson Trail system, and meant to be multi-use and multi-purpose, whether you're cycling or walking. We're calling it an urban paved trail because the Dawson Trail is the Dawson Trail, and so rather than kind of getting mixed up between multi-use pathways and trails, really what we're saying is they're multi-use and multi-purpose. And so in addition to those, we have bike lanes and then urban gravel trails, certainly with a lower cost because there's no asphalt or pavement to provide that facility. And then nature trails, which is what you would see in Lepke Park or in the Chamberlain Park system, or in those park areas where people may be expecting to have, knots and, stones and things that they're navigating around, and it's a bit more of a recreational experience rather than one to kind of get around the city. With bike lanes, I would want to note we did identify a handful of projects, around 7 of them, and really where we're identifying those is where we can support cyclists on corridors where there's already sidewalk on those roads. And so potentially that may be an interim measure where in the long term those routes could eventually be upgraded to provide a separated multi-use facility. But in the meantime, these are pretty low-cost, low-hanging fruit types of projects where cyclists can be accommodated on roads where there are sidewalks already there, and they create good connectivity within the network. I think that's probably what I'll cover for that slide. And then moving on to roads. So a few more specific areas of improvements that we were investigating with the road network. There aren't any significant changes to the road network or the classification system. We felt it was fairly reflective and it functions well for the community. We didn't hear too much feedback from the community around needing to change the way traffic was flowing or to have new road connections. And so more of the focus was around safety and improving intersections where safety is concerned. We also did, as part of our existing conditions assessment, a review of school and playground zones, identified some correctional measures from that review, as well as we reviewed several of the intersections, especially in the northern part of the community, where the intersections are yield controlled, or in some cases not controlled at all, and so providing some recommendations to introduce stop control were identified in the planning process. With respect to safety, some of the downtown intersections, 10th Street at 102nd and 103rd Avenues, we just noticed a higher frequency of collisions occurring there from the ICBC collision data as part of the assessment work that we did there. And we've identified and flagged those 2 intersections for some further safety improvements. We haven't gone into specifically what those would look like yet, but we did identify them as priorities for the community. And just on the safety side as well, most of the intersections in the city that experience a high number of collisions are on the highway, and we didn't really want to focus too much time on the highway since that is a Ministry of Transportation and Transit jurisdiction. But with that, we have identified a recommendation to work with the ministry to develop a plan to look at improvements and address those issues that were noticed at least early on in our existing conditions review. The Alaska Avenue 17th Street in particular, as well as the Alaska Avenue and 15th Street intersections, had higher rates of collisions at those locations. Certainly, the planning study for the highway, for Alaska Highway and the Dawson Creek Tupper Highway would be able to go into a lot more specific review of data related to traffic volumes and intersection performance and reliability, potential opportunities for improved active transportation crossings. So yeah, I think our recommendation really is to look at advocating to the ministry to undertake a review of that nature, so that there could be opportunities potentially for partnership or cost sharing and also having a plan that can come together with support from the ministry that both the community and the ministry local staff can work together on. Special considerations, so kind of again referencing back to the previous presentation from BC Transit, and from the work that our Victoria team also completed on the on-demand transit study, recommending again to continue working with BC Transit to collaborate on the BC Transit Future Service Plan and to look at options potentially to inform a decision on what that transit renewal will look like moving forward. We've also identified the Main Street revitalization and exploring opportunities for what that looks like, what kind of scale and scope that will look like to support the downtown and the businesses down there, as well as to create opportunities for community connectivity. And then downtown parking and curb space. These are maybe smaller kind of improvements per se, but accessible parking we did here, just being able to make sure that's available and that there are curb letdowns and looking at just some minor kind of infrastructure improvements to support that. We heard from the accessibility committee. And then loading zones and commercial delivery activities where those occur, potentially looking at defining those a bit more clearly. And supporting EV charging over the long term, building on the system that the city already has to date. Finally, calming traffic speeds and improving signage, continuing to do the work there with speed radar detection signs, as well as enforcement, and also looking at potentially in some neighborhood areas, reducing speeds in those areas to make it just a more comfortable and inviting area, especially in low volume residential streets where kids may be out playing on the streets in the summer. And so this brings my presentation close to the end here. So in terms of our next steps with community engagement, we're looking to go out to a second round, and that looks like potentially a pop-up engagement at an event to be determined. We have most of our materials ready for that in terms of online presence, as well as a survey to collect the community's input on the draft transportation master plan, as well as the network maps and the projects identified in the document. The findings from that will be incorporated into the plan, as well as any revisions or changes we feel may be needed based on the community's input. And then with those final refinements, they'll be returned back here to council for adoption of the plan. And so with that, in terms of discussion, we did have a couple suggested questions, and certainly you're welcome to ask me questions, but we would like to know what aspects of the plan do you like the most, and are there any aspects you may have comments on, as well as we go into community engagement in this next round. Is there anything that you would like to see specific input from the community on in terms of the questions we're asking of them? So with that, I'll close. Thank you.
Thank you, Ian. Thanks for the presentation and taking the time. I'll open it up to council. Councillor Parslow.
Things that I think from my lens, strongest was the trail system, active transportation. So I think we have a weak trail system, and I think it needs to be really strengthened. So I appreciate that for sure. And being an electric car user, I'm surprised that the city has, with the exception of the Ovintiv Centre, a paucity of EV charging stations, unlike all the neighbouring communities I go to. So that does need to be enhanced. I do not, I think your report sort of embeds transit. By transit, in other words, engagement with the BC Transit, it's a dead horse. You can flog it and flog it and flog it. I'm surprised you didn't put something different with different language, because as soon as you word transit, in my mind, you're looking at the status quo partnership. And I think our partnership with Step Up and Ride is a made in Dawson Creek, and that's where I would put my investment. And one of the things I learned in my former role is if something's not working, if it's the wrong paradigm, no amount of fixing will change it. And I think we're working from the wrong paradigm there. Your vision statements are very important. I quite frankly do not understand the vision statement. And I think it should be some discussion to tease out what that actually means. So I'd like to see some more input about the trail system. There are certain areas of town, you've identified some of them, that are literally dangerous. The intersections, some of these yield signs, which should be stop signs, I totally agree. We have dangerous open ditches. So if we want to encourage more active transportation, we've got to pay attention to the fact that we have many areas that their standard of development might be appropriate for 30, 40 years ago, but it's not for now. So I do applaud the emphasis on more sidewalks for sure. The question, I guess, around the vision statement, that just to get back to that a little bit, words, we need to have a common understanding of what words mean. Just a bit of a clue to how that needs to be teased. Why you say why you put those words in, and what do they mean, and what does that look like in action? Okay, because for me, it's too verbose, and I don't understand it. So if I don't understand it, with 3 university degrees, I don't know how you're going to get the general public to understand it on average, right?
Okay.
So that's all for now for me.
Thank you, Councillor Parslow. Councillor Earl.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you both for your time and helping in the preparation of this document. This is a lot to digest. Obviously, I think things I really liked, echo Councillor Parslow's sentiment with respect to the trail system stuff, but also the focus on sidewalks and just in general, kudos for engaging with the Accessibility Committee. Though they're a tremendously valuable resource and very passionate about, improving the community for people who need a bit of extra help. I'd like to see, and as you're well aware, the downtown revitalization piece, when you're engaging with the community, how they think that fits into this. because this is a massive, I think, I get a sense that Kevin and his staff have a pretty good handle on the highway and road stuff around what they think is priority. And, but with respect to kind of what is a nebulous, hard to pin down thing, what downtown revitalization means to people, I think we need a better handle on that. I really, towards the end of it, appreciate the cost estimates.
Okay.
That's always nice to see, as daunting as figures like that can be. It's much, much better to undertake a large thing like this with some idea. Obviously, and I guess that goes back to engaging with the public as we look at the cost estimates around the sidewalks, around the priority trail stuff, is, you know, further drilling down into what is the highest priority as far as those, you know, knocking those line items and costs off a list, whether it's better to do, you know, an urban paved trail all at once, the nature trail, you know, bike lanes, you know, how do we prioritize these given our annual funding allotment, given the grants available? And then, yeah, I mean, the new sidewalk stuff is great, but I definitely, looking around the community, one thing I think is underappreciated is the degree to which we need to remediate some of the decaying sidewalks, both in kind of downtown core, but also residential areas. There's some where they've almost gone back to gravel. So, no, I think I'll probably have a million other thoughts as I review further, but I think those are kind of what stood out to me initially. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor All. Any other discussion? No? I don't think I have much more to add either, too. Like, I'm pretty much in agreement with everything that's been said. I think it's nice, you know, the trails, the intersections that are, you know, considered. There's some safety issues. You know, I like the highlights on the bike trails, the urban gravel trails, the nature trails, like having that defined what the difference is. The city trail loop. Kind of like with Councillor Pars a little bit where it mentions transit in here, like advance on demand transit study. I mean, I think we've kind of all wanted to go that direction just to see what the best possibility is for our community. And so I don't know where that goes or what that'll look like.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I'm sure I'll have more as well as it goes. And I know there was, you know, Councillor Parzo did bring up the EV charging, and there's not a lot in the community, but I know we had discussion before about having like the bike EV chargers, like for, you're seeing that a lot more, like with, I mean, you see more and more of them out there, right? It's such an amazing tool that has allowed, you know, all sorts of physically fit or not fit individuals to use them, and you're seeing a lot more. So could see like getting innovative in that spot where you have bike chargers, you know, throughout in certain areas. But yeah, no, I think it's kind of my thoughts on it anyways.
Yeah.
So
Thank you for the feedback.
Yeah.
And the answer to your question before about the distance of the trail loop is 14 kilometers.
Okay.
The city, so.
14.
I was way out.
Councillor Parslow walked that on the weekend, and he said it was only about 7. So I was, felt like 7.
That's a lie. I'd like to. I'd love to see one.
Yeah, me too. Councillor Earl.
I guess just
Thank
one
you
follow-up
for
that occurred to me with respect to coordinating with the ministry about some of the safety things you noted on the highway. Obviously we go and we lobby and we write letters and we try and get meetings and phone calls to the best of our ability. Does having this document updated with that specifically emphasized give us more clout in those meetings as we pursue some sort of solution that makes, or is it just we've got some facts to put next to something we already knew was a problem?
It's an additional planning tool, especially since you've gone through the community process with the engagement. So I think it's provides another piece of rationale for why a further look into it would be important. think the advocacy parts still need to come together and both play a role. But yeah, I think just keep at it, and hopefully that conversation turns into something a bit more fruitful in terms of for their investigative work on the corridors.
Well, and especially with, we don't have a ton of development and growth occurring in town, but where we do have a lot of growth in particular is the foot traffic coming from the college across the 8th Street corridor. And Councillor Apollonio has noted it several times. Our previous colleague, Paul Javetkoff, noted it several times, and we've reached out to the ministry on several occasions to try and find something that to preempt what we know is inevitable if there is no safer arrangement forthcoming, is somebody's going to get seriously hurt or killed. So it's one of those things where any additional clout is appreciated, and any additional attention we can bring to it is appreciated.
Good point. And I think after this is brought up too, we could maybe, I think it was the Solicitor General, this was a year ago or so that we reached out to about their camera system that they have at intersections about exactly 15th and 17th. So it might be good to revisit it there too. Councillor Parslow?
Yeah, my comment I wanted to add as well somewhat amplifies what my colleague Jeremy was talking about. On the trail, the one that you drew as a sort of outline, the 14-kilometre one, there's a very problematic crossing on the Hart Highway. This council has talked about it, and I think through staff, we might already petitioned a bit for it, but something has to happen, because you do have already a fair amount of existing traffic, let alone the beautiful potential connectivity further north because of the Mile Zero Part location, that pump track that we now have. I think some real improvements are needed at the crossover of the Highway. Whether it's a walkway over the highway or.
Yeah, and I think back to Jeremy's point too is and to the planning work here to continue working with the ministry. I think that's where this plan can help serve a purpose, is it identifies those specific locations where future crossings are identified, and where some further work can be done there to look at how do we make those safe from the get-go.
Yeah.
Thanks, Councillor Parslow. Any other discussion? No? All right, well, thank you for the presentation, Ian, and it's great seeing you, and thanks for coming up. So
thank you for having me.
Yeah, you're welcome. Oh, sorry, Devin, was there something that you wanted to add? Or you were good? Okay. March 24th, 2025, back to order. Next order of business was 2.6 and 2.7. We have Katrin Saxty, planning consultant with Urban Systems, in attendance regarding the presentation of the draft official community plan. So, welcome. Oh, you might have to push that again. Yeah, there you go. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to be before you once again on the draft official community plan. It's a pleasure to be able to share with you this draft, which culminates just a bit over a year's worth of work. I think the last time I was before you was last year, certainly with Savenay, when we presented prior to starting the process and all the engagement that was coming up. So it's lovely to be here again. Have a bit of a slide deck here for you, and we can go through it, I think, quite quickly, because at the end of the day, this OCP, this official community plan, is substantially similar to what you currently have. It's just a lot thinner. And I'll get into that in a moment. So our agenda for today includes just a recap of the process that we've undertaken, a bit of a synopsis of the engagement that we've done, provincial legislation considerations, because there's been a lot of legislative changes since the previous official community plan was adopted in 2018. Take you through some slides just on what has changed in this plan, and then we'll just connect on next steps and then leave some time for questions and comments. So the process also is broken out into 5 major milestones: project startup, visioning, engagement. We've wrapped up milestone 3. We have a draft official community plan. And then we'll head into milestone 4, which is, again, just providing the community with an opportunity to see the draft plan before it comes before you for the adoption process. And we will align our engagement with my colleague Ian and the Transportation Master Plan like we have done throughout these 2 processes. And then it really does turn over into the approval process. So our engagement for the official community plan was quite robust. We had a staff and council workshop here on April 15th. You might remember all of the different boards. You got to put dots all over everything and draw on the maps that were here on this delegation table. We had an online and paper copy survey that was available for a good solid month. Your city planner facilitated a number of city department workshops working through the official community plan and really getting input from city staff, which is really, really important. We hosted the Family Fun Night at the KPAC on April 25th. There was, an art contest, which was also a really neat way to integrate local artwork that represents Dawson Creek into the official community plan. We really wanted to get community involvement in this in a way that we hadn't really done before. And then we also were at the Show and Shine with the Transportation Master Plan back in July. So lots of great opportunities for the community to connect in various different ways. All right, so I did want to highlight this. I think you guys have heard this all before, so I won't spend too much time on this. We're all well aware that Bill 44 came into effect in December of 2023. This applies to every local government in BC, although that was not initially the original intent. The official community plan process began in early 2024, and so we have had to sort of pivot and adapt a little bit along the way to really make sure that we are meeting the needs of the province and what they're looking for in these OCPs as we near the ends of it. The requirements under this new legislation include the incorporation of the interim housing needs assessment, which you guys worked or got this completed with the Peace River Regional District, and that was completed late in 2024. And then also enabling the small-scale multi-unit housing in single detached dwellings and duplex zones. This was adopted in your zoning bylaw in June of 2024. So the province has some pretty rigid timelines that we're all trying to adhere to. Pardon me, as a result of this Bill 44. So there's been lots of work done here at the city. And so we are, as you can see where the red dot is here. So we've got the official community plan. I think it's a pretty great draft here. So we'll, again, get your comments and input, hear what the community has to say, and then that can get hopefully adopted here very soon. And then the other piece that the city will have to look at this year is a review of your zoning bylaw. But because the official community plan has not changed substantively from a land use perspective, I think we're anticipating that your zoning bylaw is also not going to see substantive changes at this point. So we should be in a great position to kind of get that done, because both the official community plan and the zoning bylaw have to be completed by the end of December this year. So every local government's in the same pickle. These were just a recap of the work that the city has done since we started this process. So December 2023, Bill 44 kicked in. We started the OCP process in early 2024. The city opted out of the principal residence requirement. That's something you guys have to do every year. Throughout the OCP process, we did a little detour, did a little bit of zoning to meet the Bill 44 requirements, came back to the OCP. You also did the interim housing needs assessment with the regional district, and then we're bringing this all together, like it is all converging here now, with the goal of getting this all wrapped up by the end of the year. So, to just summarize the official community plan, the draft that you have seen before you. So it has really been, I'll say, a rebrand, a refresh, a modernization, reviewing the existing objectives and policies, seeing what the city has accomplished since 2018, and also looking at where is the city going as we look 20 years out. So it was also enhanced with the legislative changes, as I mentioned, a lot of input from city council, staff, and the community, and then understanding some of those requirements from provincial ministries and agencies. And also the other thing too is we've also integrated a lot of the bigger plans that the city has done. So Ian's team and our team have worked closely together on integrating the transportation master plan into this draft OCP. You recently completed a parks and recreation and culture plan. That's been integrated into this OCP. You know, reviewing infrastructure, you know, conversations with community service. It's all been updated in this plan.
Okay, Trin, are you
Yes.
fine if I pause you for
I absolutely
5 minutes?
am.
Okay.
Yes.
You can stay there, that's fine. So, is Jona here? Okay. We're just gonna go to 2.5, just so everybody's aware. Just, Jona is here, so I just didn't want to keep her waiting.
I thought you were sick for a moment or something. You were going to pass out.
Oh, did I look like I was gonna pass out?
No, it was so dramatic.
Oh.
You were in trouble, right?
Oh,
I was doing the same might to resuscitate you.
yeah, okay. Well, I appreciate your concern for me.
I do love your vision statement for this document.
He's saying that now that your mic's not on.
So you know.
It's okay, I have a whole explanation for you when we get back.
No, this is coherent to me.
I guess it was a false alarm. I just was really testing Councillor Parslow's empathy for myself, so he passed. Sorry for interrupting. Go ahead.
Oh, that's all right. Okay, so getting into the draft plan, it's really broken out into 3 parts, and one of the reasons for doing that was to integrate the great artwork that the city did receive. So part 1 is sort of the introduction and the context to the plan, really includes sections 1 through 3, as you can see. The overall changes in this OCP can be really summarized as integrating the updated and new provincial legislation as well as many city plans, the opportunity to reconnect with the community. Back in 2017, 2018, the current official community plan that you have was overhauled. This is just an update. And so a lot of it is similar. And so we really wanted to reconnect with the community to gain their insights on Dawson Creek's future as we head towards 2045. Also reflects input from council and staff. And again, it's just we strove to make it even more usable and user-friendly as possible. Okay.
Now I'm going to get you to pause.
Yes.
Sorry.
I was like, I'm waiting for it.
I was waiting for you to finish that slide, so. All right, I'm just going to just go back to our next order of business is 2.5. We have a special guest, Jona Ballena, the official community plan artist contest winner in attendance regarding the presentation from myself. So Jona, a globally celebrated artist, Jona May Ballena moved to Dawson Creek in the summer of 2023. Through the OCP art contest, Jona submitted several pieces of art depicting her thoughts of Dawson Creek and what the city means to her. The pieces she submitted tell the story of what it was like to arrive in Dawson Creek and experience small town living. City staff were delighted and honored to choose one of Jona's pieces titled My First Snow Angel for the annual holiday card. So we just wanted to invite Jona in here to recognize, and I don't know if council has seen the card, but this is the the artwork that was chosen for the card that we give out from the city and the mayor's office. I don't know if everybody's seen that, but yeah, we just wanted to invite you in, and I'll come over to that side. You can come up, yeah. Hi, I'm Darcy.
Hi, I'm Jona.
Jona, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Yeah, so I mean, just on behalf of the city, we just want to, welcome you to our community, but it's even that much more special that you took the time to put the artwork in for the contest. So it's always, it's a great honor when we've been giving these cards out to know the story and where it has come from. So, and Dawson is such a diverse community right now. So I think this speaks volumes to who we are as well as a community. So yeah, just on behalf of myself and City Council, we just give you one of your cards back.
Thank you.
Which is a sign.
I'm so honored.
Yeah, and then we also got a certificate of achievement from the office. So yeah, so we just wanted to really thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. So this, and then we'll get a picture taken. I'm getting one with the two of us, and then maybe all of council as well. So yeah, so I don't know if you want to. Yeah, good job. Your artwork's amazing.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome. Did you want to get one with all of council as well? No, sure. Go get all of council and give it to you. Yeah. 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 No, we're pretty proud of it. So
Thank you.
Good job. So. Do you know everybody here?
But I still remember.
Yeah, so this is Councillor Camp.
Hi, I'm Jona. Hello.
Councillor Sadnik, you're doing Perfect. Well, yeah, you bet. Thank you. Congratulations again. So it's nice to meet you.
You know you have confusing candy or anything? Oh, no.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Please have food and price. All right. Well, thank you again for coming in, and congratulations on the amazing artwork. So thank you. Yeah. So back to you. Perfect. Thanks for letting us interrupt.
My pleasure. All right. So going back to part one, the first part of your official community plan, the first three sections really focus on what it is, why we use it, why should we update it now, what's new in here. We summarize the engagement in here, and we also provide a lot of community context, which really sets the stage for the rest of the plan. I'm not going to go through this in detail. I think it's quite clear here, as I mentioned earlier, this is an update. It is not an overhaul. So while each section has had work, there are not many new sections in this official community plan. Just sort of really highlighting, the new legislation, because that's just been so critical for this update. Your official community plan starts off with your land acknowledgement. And then we also provide context to the reader on the importance of the official community plan. The next section really summarizes the engagement. There is one section still to be complete, which is really how the community has received the draft official community plan once we do that second round of engagement. And the other thing too in this section, it does have a vision, as Councillor Parslow mentioned. And so the vision in an official community plan is really, it's that aspirational 20 years out, here's what we're hoping to aspire to. With any vision, you never actually get there because it's always you're always modifying it, right? As you go on your journey, you're like, oh, okay, we got to tweak things here and there. So this vision is tweaked from what you've had in your current official community plan. The community helped shape it, you helped shape it. Dawson Creek is a diverse, inclusive, and engaged community that is welcoming to residents and visitors alike. A stable yet vibrant and diverse economic base creates opportunities for the community and residents to thrive. A balance of agriculture, industry, culture, and nature enables residents to live, work, and play locally. Within this official community plan, you also have a number of goals. Again, they were refreshed, updated. I think they're a little bit more fulsome than what's in your current plan, a little bit more overarching and high level. And that's really sort of this community engagement, vision, and goal setting section. All right. Oh, I was getting ahead of myself. I'm sorry. So we just went through this. Then the next section then is really the community profile. So this section does have a new element to it. You'll see that there, the 20-year housing capacity, which is pulled directly out of your the Peace River Regional District Interim Housing Needs Assessment, which does encompass the city of Dawson Creek. Most of the data in this section is derived from BC Stats and the 2021 census. There are a few elements, though, that are specifically from this interim housing needs assessment, notably your population projections and your housing inventory and projected needs. Okay. So the second section is all about community development. So this focuses on elements that build a community, but they're not necessarily land use specific. So it could be things like programming. It's things that speak to the quality of life for Dawson Creek's residents. So it focuses on social, recreational, and health needs, fiscal sustainability, environmental management, those kinds of things. So they're really important to the community, but they're not necessarily land use specific. So in this section, a lot of it remains similar to your current official community plan, but we really did need to strengthen the Agriculture Land Commission Act and Agriculture Land Reserve lands. This is because the legislation changed substantively in 2020. And so having worked on a number of official community plans, we're trying to write it preemptively, knowing what the Land Commission is going to be looking for. And it really is about preserving and protecting farmland. Working collaboratively and forming strong relationships with neighboring local governments for mutual benefit, supporting Indigenous communities as they seek to develop economic prosperity for their members through lands within Dawson Creek, establishing a water scarcity plan, reviewing and updating infrastructure and recovery plans and emergency response plans. So those are some of the new changes within this section that were collaboratively developed with staff's involvement. Okay. Our plan for environmental sustainability, a few key changes in this section. Again, it is the same section as what it was, but again, refreshed. So a couple things to highlight here. The prioritization of water and floodplain management, tree and shrub inventory, planting incentive programs, developing an urban forestry plan, meeting or exceeding BC building code requirements for all city developers and encouraging others to do the same, developing a climate action plan, supporting local food security and supply during winter months. Section 6, our plan for mobility. This one was collaboratively done with the city and also our transportation master plan team. So again, it reflects the work that Ian just shared with you. So I won't go through that in any extensive detail, seeing as you just had a whole presentation on it. But again, it really shows the integration of all of these other high-level plans into the official community plan. Because the official community plan is a bylaw, it's got a little bit more teeth than sort of a guiding plan. So it's great to integrate that into here so that you've got something a bit stronger to move forward with. This section here, our plan for healthy and vibrant people, really speaks to health, wellness, supporting local healthcare services. Again, you have an advocacy role in a lot of this. Using the cultural framework within your Parks, Recreation, and Culture Master Plan to identify, protect, and enhance elements of historical significance in Dawson Creek. Working with Treaty 8 First Nations, Métis, and Indigenous communities to highlight their contributions to the community. Consider developing a heritage preservation process. It also integrates secondary suites and/or accessory dwelling units as a form of affordable housing in the community, which you've already been doing and have had for a long time. All right. The section on complete and inclusive neighborhoods provides guidelines that provide direction to the development of neighborhood concept plans. Within Dawson Creek, there's 3 large areas that are basically sort of held for future development. And before those get developed, a neighborhood concept plan is desired, which really helps the city understand what is the plan for a large piece of land, rather than having it be developed in sort of a piecemeal kind of way. It gives you the opportunity to get the overall plan for that area. Interim measures on brownfield spaces to improve community aesthetics and activate underutilized spaces. You're already doing this with some of the tree planting that has occurred, or considering pop-up patios and things like that. So there's a lot of opportunities to really make some of your vacant and underutilized spaces more usable and having people see the potential. Undertaking the downtown revitalization planning process, promoting small businesses in the downtown core. All of these things really help contribute to the quality of life in Dawson Creek. The third part of your official community plan relates specifically to land use. So this covers off all of your land use designations and your development permit areas. So these policies are really intended to guide further development and redevelopment within Dawson Creek in a manner that best reflects community needs. The other thing too is it really is designed to identify and designate land uses for your growth over the next 20 years. So it's broken out into a number of sections. The biggest change here would be in the agricultural section, again, to really integrate language that we know the Land Commission is looking for. And that is really to preserve and protect farmland, as I mentioned. We also talk a lot about supporting Indigenous lands within the city and maintaining meaningful relationships with First Nations. These sections, again, not much has changed really in these. They're quite similar to what you currently have with respect to your residential land uses and your commercial land uses. The biggest change in the residential land use was really explicitly communicating the Bill 44 legislative requirements that secondary suites, accessory dwelling units are permitted in those zones with single detached dwellings and or duplex dwellings. And then also encouraging the development of high-density residential in close proximity to transportation routes and amenities. Okay. The industrial, civic, and institutional and the municipal infrastructure and facilities, really not a lot has changed in those. Staff was very much involved in helping review that and providing input and feedback to make sure that the city is set up for future growth. Parks and Recreation aligned with the Parks, Recreation, and Culture Master Plan. And then there is, sort of some consideration in here to parkland acquisition. When does it make sense for the city to acquire parkland for current and future residents? And then also the development reserve section. The only change really in the development reserve section was with respect to the woodlands area. So the geographic area of that has just been reduced because a portion of woodlands has already been designated land uses through a previous official community plan amendment process. The development permit area, so a new development permit area has been integrated into your official community plan. It is called the Major Corridor Development Permit Area. It applies to all major entrances to the city, including Highway 97 North, Highway 97 South, or the John Hart Highway, Highway 2, Highway 49, the Spirit River Highway, and the dangerous goods route. The intent of this development permit area is to enhance all entrances into the city, to make them welcoming and a bit more visually appealing, while also recognizing the primarily large industrial nature of these entrances. So it's one of those things where it's like, we'd like it to be a little bit more attractive coming into the city, but recognizing that most of your entrances are industrial in nature, we're not going to go too far. But there is an opportunity to just make it a little bit more attractive. And so this applies to new development and or redevelopment. And then the last section, or the last two, pardon me, are your implementation and monitoring. So your current OCP does have an implementation section, but really with a lot of work from staff, the monitoring aspect has really been fleshed out. How is the city going to monitor the effectiveness of this official community plan? How do you report back on what are the types of things that you are doing that align back to this official community plan? And so there are some incremental actions that will be done. So annual monitoring, creating a library of actions, developing an evaluation mechanism. How do you, again, what are your measures of success? And so the other aspect here too is amending the official community plan. It does happen. It should not happen too often, but how do you strategically determine if amending the official community plan is in the best interests of the city? And so what is the process for that? What are the conditions for that? And then the official community plan just concludes with a glossary and all of the schedules at the end of it. So again, it was a really great collaborative process with so many of your team here at the city, with yourselves, with the public, the artwork. It's been a really great process. Again, substantively, the official community plan is very similar to what you have now. There's just been a few targeted areas where it's been kind of refreshed and enhanced. And it's got a whole new brand look and feel to, again, make it hopefully something people want to look at. And I think with that, just a list of the schedules, which I think are attached at the back of your OCP. And then really quickly on the next steps, once the official community plan needs to be made public through community engagement, we'll do agency referral, legal review. The one unknown is the agency referral to the Agriculture Land Commission. As every local government in BC right now is updating their official community plans, they might have a lot to review. And so they do tend to take a lot of time, but we haven't changed anything with respect to your agricultural lands. So I'm hoping that it could actually move through that process expediently, because once we get it back from them, you can continue on the adoption process. So that's the one unknown in terms of getting this to the end of adoption. And keep remembering that adoption needs to be completed before the end of the year. So I think that is probably the quickest presentation I've done in a long time. Would love to turn it over to you for any questions, comments, any feedback on the draft official community plan. Thank you.
Turn my mic on. Oops.
Okay?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. So what is just paint a picture in my mind what a heritage preservation process looks like. What does that entail? We have some buildings that are designated, but
Yes.
Can you expand on that?
You've got some buildings designated, but I think there's just a few buildings designated. So are there others? And what is a consistent process to actually getting those designated as heritage buildings, or putting them in some kind of a registry? Different communities do it different ways. There's legislation around it. I'm not supremely familiar with the BC legislation. I know, as an example, Dawson City, ironically, in the Yukon, they, like, every one of their buildings in their downtown is a heritage building. So when they are designated, often there's limitations on what you can do in terms of renovations, the exterior, interior, that kind of thing. But it was one of the things that came up throughout the process is maybe, given Dawson Creek's heritage in the buildings, perhaps it is something that you might be worth considering, is actually developing a process so that you can get more buildings identified as heritage buildings.
So is it confined just to buildings? Can it be a location?
I'd have to get back to you
Can it be a
on that.
period of a sacred piece of land?
I don't know, but I can get back to you on that.
Okay, I've just arranged for something to happen at the McNaught Homestead site, which is a designated heritage site or historic site. I'm not sure.
Okay.
In the province of Alberta. A person who I listened to, sitting quite close to me, did say that, question, as I do, the housing projections for Dawson Creek. Now, it did seem rather remarkable to me in the how many years I've been on council that suddenly they see in the next 5 years, and I stand to be corrected to the figure, but 400 new housing units will be required in Dawson Creek. I'd hate our planning to be based upon that, because I don't think some of us have any confidence in that figure. So you've put it in here because it's a requirement, correct? So how do we paint a more realistic, locally accepted figure into that? Do we have to use their figures?
This is the part that is, I think, exceptionally challenging for a lot of us in the north. The process for the interim, and I'm going to be very clear, interim housing needs that was, kind of pushed through by the province in the last year is like, here is the process. You all shall follow it. And this is, you're right, it's 392, was the number that was spit out. Now, that covers off a wide variety of housing types, everything from, housing for those with extreme core housing need, homeless shelter beds and that kind of thing, right? Also accommodating anticipated growth. So one of the things that, we've been saying is like, that's the total figure. That doesn't mean that that is all new. Like, it might be underutilized, or it might be like just not counted right now, or it could be a secondary suite on a property that's already able to have a secondary suite, right? But they just haven't built that yet, for example. Rental vacancy, there's nothing in there. So we do have to, at this point, use it. And that's the part.
Just repeat that last part. We do have to.
At this point in time, and the direction that we understand from the provinces, use what has come out of that interim housing needs. That needs to be in your official community plan. Now, keeping in mind that in 2028, because I just sat through a webinar the other day, you will be updating your housing needs assessment. And hopefully it will provide you, it'll either confirm, similar numbers, or it might change, because so much of this too is growth dependent. Right? So much of this is like, if a whole bunch of people start coming and building houses, you're going to have homes available, right? So some of it is dependent on your current vacancy. Some of it is dependent just on the market and the economy. So yes, right now we do need to put this in there, because the province has been very clear. Please integrate your 5 and 20-year housing needs into your official community plans, and that's from that interim housing needs assessment. But they've also said in 2028, you'll be doing another one, and then you need to update your official community plan thereafter. It's an interesting process. And we've had many conversations with staff about this and the projections and, what does this mean? What does this look like for commutes? Now, the other thing that they have said on the webinars is just because it says these numbers does not mean you're obligated to build them. Because again, this is a number done through a calculator, which is different than the actual demand, if you will, that the population is asking for, right?
Okay. Just a couple of comments. I took note of under the 2.2.3 goals. I took note about goal 2. I love the way it's worded. When I read it, I immediately thought about the homeless, the marginalised, and I applaud that being in our community plan. And I also took note under section 7, the second bullet there, supporting local healthcare services within the community, including mental health, culturally informed healing services, and improving program coordination. To continue cooperation and collaboration required in community health and wellness. This is what's been asked for by the Homeless Committee in Dawson Creek. And so it'd be nice to see if the city can support that. It's in the official community plan. So there, and I do appreciate much of the updates there, but again, you're using the transit word in it, and that is a bitter pill for me. But I like it, and I did mean it. I think the problem I have with your vision in transportation, it includes things that are not, in my mind, linked to transportation, such as facilities, as an example. It becomes muddied. But this is not, in this one, it's not muddied to me. I have maybe a crazy way of seeing things, but this one is a good vision statement. I can grab hold of it. The other ones meld too many things together. So thank you for your work. And I appreciate this. I don't recall this part of past presentations where you're showing the updates. Maybe, but this I really liked. I don't know if you've done that before.
I'm trying to remember what we did here.
Well, anyway, I like
7 years ago.
I like it. It pinpoints our attention.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Parslow. Councillor Earl.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you for this. Obviously, it's similar to the transportation plan. It's a big piece of work, and having to navigate the compliance requirements for the province and have it come out as something that actual human beings can read and take something away from is always a challenge. One of the areas where I get cynical sometimes in government is when we do these large overarching plans and it ends up, I feel like we're trying to be everything to everyone all at once. And you think of the staff members that eventually this has to filter down into a real policy or inform a real policy that's going to be delivered by an actual human being with resources behind it. And that's always where I feel like the rubber doesn't always meet the road. I think the document itself is great. To Councillor Parslow's point, I think it's very articulate with respect to not erring on the side of that, too much wishy-washy, everything to everyone language. I like the focus on new residents as a part of the official community plan and how we facilitate and welcome them. With respect to planning neighborhoods and planning housing, obviously we try and be ready when those opportunities present themselves, but recognize that we're ultimately not the ones driving those opportunities. We're hopefully taking advantage of them. Yeah, I mean, not too many. It's a bit of a behemoth of a document to even encourage people to read. But I do like, once again, the newcomer, the brownfield and vacant land stuff is stuff I'm happy to see highlighted. Whether or not we can actually do anything about it, I think it's important that we in rural communities continue to highlight this particular liability, because it's not going to go away on its own. So, but otherwise, yeah, I think it's great, and I'm not going to complain about the use of the word transit, as I understand, Parslow's covered that off. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Earl. Any other discussion? I just had one comment, well, actually two. One, I just noticed in your presentation that your artwork was actually from Jona that was here. So
Yep.
so it was awesome to
Yep.
see that. I didn't notice that before she was here, but I was like, where's that artwork? And then I realized that, so.
Who owns that artwork now? Does it belong to the city or?
Yeah, the city.
She maintains rights.
She maintains the rights, but it's owned by the city?
So we have copies.
Yeah. So my one, I just gotta jump back to it here. 10.4, just on the, where was
The
it?
development perimeter area?
Yeah, on the development, so obviously understanding like how important our entrances to the community and how they look. You know, obviously there's a part that the city can take on that with signage and beautification, but what would this requirement be from businesses? Because when I look at like, you know, for example, coming in from the airport way, like there is some of those industrial businesses like
Sure.
Celtic and Curtis York Trucking, like they have beautiful buildings. So like, is this enhancing those more, or is it just keeping consistent, or where would this go?
So this is for new development or say a major redevelopment. One of the beautiful things around development perimeters, which is why most communities really, really like them, is that they are a very flexible tool for a municipality. So there are a series of guidelines associated with them, with everything from just like having some landscaping. Obviously, if you're a big industrial mill, you're not gonna have a lot of landscaping, but maybe you would plant a couple trees at your main entrance where people drive in, for example, right? So a development perimeter really gives the city's staff flexibility to determine, okay, based on where the development is, based on its visibility, you know, is it, again, right on the highway, as many of these are, or further back, if it was a different one, you actually determine what you want the applicant to do. So, and that gives you that, again, that flexibility, right? If it's a beautiful, I'll say, industrial building, but it's not like a mill, for example, you might actually require a few more things that make it much more aesthetic for people who are driving by, as you would something that was a mill or a gas plant or, you know, something of that nature.
okay.
So it's great from that perspective, and it's one of the only few tools that allows a municipality to say, hey, we'd like to see a few things to make this a little bit more attractive.
So it's working with them, it's not something
Yes.
set in stone that's putting
No,
restrictions
no,
on, it's just.
so flexible.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. That was
Thank you.
all I had. And I mean, there's obviously lots here. Like Councillor Earl said, it's a fairly hefty document, but yeah, no, we appreciate you coming in and presenting, and yeah, thank you for all the work in this.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. All right, our next order of business was 3, adoption of minutes. 3.1, just minutes of the committee of the whole meeting for February 24th, 2025 for adoption. Councillor Sudnick, second Councillor Apollonio. I will call that to vote. Vote is closed. That's carried. Any business arising? No? All right, well, we will adjourn. Do we need a motion to adjourn? Committee of the whole, or, yeah, good. Councillor Sudnick, second Councillor Kemp. I will call that to vote. Need one more to vote? Oh. Oh. Was that good, Janice? It was carried, I'm assuming? I have to redo it? Okay. I have to revote. Vote is closed, and it's carried. All right, we'll just take a few minutes and get into closed, so.